Good morning, everyone. We are officially starting, and Michael, can people online still see us? Yes. Thank you everyone for coming this morning. We really appreciate making all your way here. We have got a very productive day planned for today. And then to kick us off, I'll invite Michael, who is our spokesperson for the Jahazi Project. I am Martin. I'm the project lead for the Jahazi Project. And yeah, Michael, please give us an open remark. And then we'll be followed by Dr. Baraka, and then we'll go to the panel. Thank you.
Asante sana Janos, thank you so very much. Good morning once again. Good morning. Habari za asubuhi. Nashukuru sana. So we will have our speech in English, because this is a regional dialogue, so we want everyone to be involved. Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen, both in here in Dar es Salaam and those who are joining us online. On behalf of Ascending Africa and the Jahazi Project, it is my great honor to welcome you to the Blue Voices Roundtable under the theme, Turning the Tide, Regional Action Against Illegal Fishing. Allow me first to recognize and deeply appreciate the presence of key institutions whose leadership is vital in this fight. When Martin was welcoming me here, he has mentioned some names of people who will be speaking, and those people are coming from the government, the Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries of the United Republic of Tanzania. We have participants coming from the Ministry of Blue Economy and Fisheries in Zanzibar. We do have the Deep Sea Fishing Authority and all other government authorities joining, both from Tanzania and from across the region. So I would also like to recognize all the distinguished delegations from across our region, including Kenya, Mozambique, Madagascar, Mauritius, Seychelles, and beyond. So you can see we do have partners from East African region, but we also have partners coming from the Southwest Indian Ocean nations. I've mentioned some of them here already. The Jahazi Project, what is it? I know to most of you, you just came across the Jahazi, and when I was greeting some of my colleagues here, they were asking me what is it and what is the IUUF itself and what is the Jahazi Project. So the Jahazi Project, I would say it's a journey that started as Kilindini in Kenya. But later on, Ascending Africa decided to rebrand the project to the Jahazi. Why? Because they wanted it to reflect the culture that has been there ever since, the culture of East African region. We know how Jahazi is connected to our history. So from Kilindini, where the Dhow has long symbolized resilience, culture, and trade along Swahili coast, we set sail to create the Jahazi Project, a vessel of advocacy and action, elevating African voices in global conversations on our oceans and the blue economy. We meet today at a critical juncture where illegal, unreported, and unregulated IUU fishing is not just a technical matter, but it is an existential threat. The East African coastline, one of the richest marine ecosystems on the planet, is under assault from, I would say, from unacceptable practices that depletes fish stocks, destroys habitat, and undermine food security. The numbers speak for themselves. I know most of you here are experts in this area, and you know when you look at the numbers, they are very jeopardizing, or they're very threatening. According to the FAO, IUUF accounts for nearly 26 million tons of fish annually, which means over 23 billion, and this is US dollars, in global revenue is lost. Here in East Africa specifically, more than 3 million people directly depend on fisheries for their livelihood, nutrition, and survival. When illegal fishing thrives, it robs communities of their present and their future. So you can see the number of people who depends on fishing for livelihood, for their livelihoods, is huge. But we are not here today to only recount the scale of the challenge. We are here to chart a way forward together. If we are to turn the tide, we need to build a regional coalition uniting non-governmental organizations, NGOs, advocacy groups, local communities, governments, and the private sector to combat illegal fishing. By aligning our voices, resources, and expertise, we can strengthen enforcement, amplify community leadership, and drive policy reforms that protect livelihoods and secure our shared marine heritage. Government and maritime authorities must intensify enforcement of existing laws and strengthen cross-border collaboration to deter illegal operators. Communities must be empowered with knowledge, tools, and alternative livelihoods that support sustainable practices. Consumers and businesses must demand transparency and sustainability in seafood supply chains, refusing products linked to IUUF. So you can see, as I said, we are not just here to look at the numbers and to look at how the problem is getting bigger and bigger. We are also here to unite all the responsible parties to take action when it comes to combating IUUF. This roundtable is therefore more than a dialogue. It is a call for innovation, solidarity, and commitment. Together with policymakers, marine scientists, civil society leaders, private sectors actors, youth advocates, and the media, we can ensure that blue economy becomes not just an agenda, because we have so many agendas going on. So we don't want to make this just an agenda, but a living reality that protects ecosystems and uplifts communities against illegal fishing. We do have innovators in here, and we will hear them. We have organizations and individuals who are innovating for the protection of the marine ecosystem. So we'll hear their stories and what they are doing and what we can learn. We can actually learn from them. On behalf of the Jahazi Project and our partners, I thank you once again for joining us today. May this roundtable mark the beginning of a stronger regional action, and may we sail forward together, anchored in collaboration and guided by the spirit of the Jahazi. Once again, welcome all, and let the dialogue begin. Asante sana. Martin.
Thank Thanks, Michael. Michael is a spokesperson for the Jahazi Project. We have a representative from the government, Dr. Baraka, if you can give us the opening remarks on behalf of the government.
Good morning, everyone. Habari ya asubuhi. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Kazi na utu. Tunasonga mbele. Kazi na utu. Asante sana. Honorable representatives of the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, distinguished delegates from NGOs, CBOs, CSOs, academia, the private sector, youth leaders, and the creative advocates. All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, allow me to thank our Almighty God for granting us the opportunity to gather here today. I also extend my sincere appreciation to the organizers, the Jahazi Project, for bringing us together and for your dedication in convening such a diverse group of stakeholders committed to safeguarding our blue economy. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to welcome you all to this roundtable discussion. Today, we unite as a government, government partners, civil society, academia, the private sectors, and youth to address serious challenge of illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. Ladies and gentlemen, IUUF fishing threatens not only our fisheries, but also livelihood, food security, national revenues, and the health of our aquatic ecosystems. Its impact cut across borders, and so must our solutions be. This dialogue gives us the chance to strengthen partnership, share strategies, and design practical responses. Each of us has a role to play, whether through policy, research, sustainable business, community engagement, or youth innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, let us approach this discussion with openness and a spirit of collaboration, knowing that together we can protect our waters and secure the future of our blue economy. With these few remarks, I warmly welcome you all, and I look forward to constructive and fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Baraka. We're going to start with our first panel, which will be moderated by Jerry. So who is Jerry? Jerry is a co-founder and executive director of Action for Ocean, AFO, a youth-led nonprofit restoring ocean ecosystem and expanding climate-resilient livelihoods along the Tanzania coast. Under his leadership, AFO has mobilized over 13,000 community members, restored more than 7 hectares of marine habitat, and supported locally governed marine managed areas. Jerry co-developed the CLEAR model and the African Fair Seaweed Finance Facility, pioneering blended capital approaches to scale seaweed farming and value addition for smallholders producers. Beyond non-profit leadership, he contributes to seaweed and aquaculture ventures that create dignified jobs and reduce pressure on wildlife fisheries. He is currently pursuing an executive MBA in conservation business at African Leadership University. Please welcome Jerry, our moderator for the panel.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Martin, for a warm introduction about me. It's an honor to welcome you all today for a panel, which is on IUU in Tanzania, the scope and impact, and the conversation, as it has been highlighted by the previous speaker, Dr. Sekadende. It's not just about the IUU, it's about how do we look at it from a perspective of the impacts from both our coastal waters to the EEZ as a whole. So the panel that will be taking us today in our discussion, it's not just going to look on the headlines, but it will be exploring IUUF from multiple angles. One, on the policy and governance, science and research, the lived experience from coastal communities as well. So we will together be answering the question of what is the true scope of the problem in Tanzania and what are the gaps, as well as what do the solutions look like. And today I'll be joined by very exceptional speakers and practitioners, starting with Dr. Matthew Silas, who is an acting manager of the Deep Sea Fishing Authority, where he leads effort to address climate change, fishing pressure, as well as IUU, both in the small-scale fisheries and the EEZ. He holds a PhD in marine ecotoxicology from Stockholm University, over a decade of experience with his research that has shaped evidence-based policy, strengthened the fisheries governance across Western Indian Ocean, as well as reflecting his commitments to sustainable fisheries and resilient coastal communities. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Matthew Silas. The second expert and panelist that we'll be having is Dr. Baraka Sekadende, who is an assistant director of fisheries at the Tanzania Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries. He's a seasoned aquatic scientist who plays a central role in shaping the national fisheries policy and governance. Her research spans across nutrient rotations, heavy metal pollution, phytoplankton diversity, and she advocates for integrating scientific evidence into resource management. Dr. Sekadende is also a strong proponent of regional collaboration, community engagement on combating IUU, fishing and safeguarding aquatic ecosystems and livelihoods as a whole. Please, if I mention your name, come to the panel, please. A round of applause for Dr. Sekadende. Our third speaker is Mr. Yusuf Salum. He's a fisheries researcher at Zanzibar Fisheries Marine Research and Research Institute, Zafiri, specializing in coral reef and reef fisheries management, mariculture development, fish stock assessment. His work supports sustainable marine resource strategies in Zanzibar and a broader Western Indian Ocean region through scientific approaches and conservation-focused research. Thank you so much, Yusuf. And lastly is Lydia Mgimwa, who's the program manager at CSense, an NGO in Tanzania. Lydia brings an experience of more than 25 years of experience in fisheries management and community development. Her role in marine conservation has been spectacular over the years. She leads initiatives that protects endangered species like sea turtles and dugongs, also transforming local attitudes through education and sustainable livelihood. Through her work, she has been able to lead several projects for so many years, integrating local knowledge as well as science to combat IUU and promote ecotourism as well as healthy ecosystems. Thank you so much, wonderful panelists. The chairs are very high, so sorry for that. So our discussion today will begin by asking the panelists, what is that one thing that you remember about the ocean as well as the fisheries? Just one little thing. We will start with Matthew, sorry.
Yeah. Thank you very much. My name is Matthew. if someone will tell me one word that I remember about the ocean, is that the ocean is source of everything that we see on the planet.
Amazing. Dr. Skadende?
The ocean is the source of life.
Source of life. Yusuf?
For me, I can say ocean is everything, and also is something that we can depend on it.
Yeah. Dependence.
Yeah, the ocean supports life of more than 6 million coastal communities.
It's a lifesaver and life holder. Amazing. Thank you so much. So we'll start with Dr. Baraka. Following your speech this morning that is showing how important it is to protect our oceans, but also on the other side, the biggest challenge of IUU. What do you think is the biggest implementation challenge, and how can stakeholders take part into it, especially in the context of reducing IUUF?
Thank you very much. The first and big challenge is the limited resources. Resources have never been enough. So we have limited resources in terms of funds, but we also have limited resources in terms of human capacity. We are blessed with a lot of water bodies. We have a lot of landing sites, more than 1,000 landing sites, but in terms of staff, we are short-staffed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Baraka. That's a good catch and a way to show how stakeholders can come together. Now, I'm informed that there is a very good presentations that you have prepared for us, and we will leverage on the key points that just came in, and we will have a presentation from Dr. Baraka as the first one, while we followed by Matthias, Yusuf, and then Lydia at last. Okay? Please cast the presentation. While the technical people are putting it up together, maybe I can jump to Matthew. A quick question around IUUF in the EEZ. What is it like? Just a story. We're curious.
Yeah, just make all of us understand that the EEZ of Tanzania is broad, it's big, so you cannot be everywhere. And fighting against something that you cannot see requires advancement of technology. And also, people who are doing the IUU as well, they are also advancing as well, which means to manage IUU, keep pace, to be ahead. At present now we are using the systems that we have been using for some times. We have changed, we use the VMS system that is allowing us to see all the fishing vessels that are fishing within our EZ, and also AIS that is a mandatory for every vessel that is moving around the ocean. VMS is for fishing vessels. But now what we are doing to make sure that we are not missing, we are now looking at how we will incorporate the signals from the satellite to make sure that we overlay both VMS, AIS, and also satellite information. Because activity of the vessel is very complex at sea. Others are doing IUU, but others are also doing other illegalities that are linked to fisheries. So it's very complex, not just a cause and effect thing.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Silas. Dr. Baraka, you can come to the podium here so that you can present better. Don't worry. If Matthias used a lot of short forms, he will be presenting and you'll understand all these difficult terminologies, what they mean in a very simple language. He has something very beautiful for you. Karim, sir.
Thank you. Maybe we can move to the next slides. My assumption that you have already seen the title. Yeah, I will walk you through the outline. And as you can see from the map, I mentioned before that we are gifted. We have a lot of water bodies, and all the Great Lakes, we have a portion of it. But not only that, we have a large portion of internal waters, about 64 kilometer squares, but we also have the EEZ, as Matthew mentioned, which is almost more than 200,000. Next. Next. From the right, you can see some important statistics on the contribution of fishery in the country. But coming to the blue economy, we see that it's using of the ocean sustainably, while supporting the economic growth, creating jobs, and protecting the environment. And among the components of blue economy, we find that fisheries is a low-hanging fruit. It's the component which one can approach even without small capital. We can move to another slide. Another slide. Okay, now apart from having a tremendous amount of water bodies, we are facing challenges in our fisheries sector. And the first and foremost is overfishing and IUU fishing. But in our fisheries sector, we also have environmental and ecological challenges, such as destruction of critical habitats and climate change's impact. But we have the community which depend most on the fishery, so over-dependence on the fishery is also another challenge. But we also have post-harvest losses, which is a major challenge, and we are facing that. It accounts to 30 to 40%, especially during the rain season. And this is caused by poor handling, poor storage, and poor infrastructures. Can you go to another slide? Next. Now we can see the IUU impacts. Globally, it accounts to almost 15 to 30% of annual global catches. But it impedes economic amounting to 25 million tons, which is almost 23.5 billion per year. And it's a global problem because it jeopardizes the sustainability of a number of important commercial fisheries. But it's also impacting the food and nutrition insecurity because we understand that almost 30% of animal protein comes from fisheries. Let's go to the next slide. But economically, for Tanzania alone, we lose almost $150 million US through IUU. And environmental, fish stocks are overexploited and the habitats are destructed due to illegal fishing methods, especially the explosives. But due to illegal fishing methods, we're also losing the bycatch, the non-targeted, like turtles and dolphins, which are at risk of being socially. We find that small-scale fishers cannot compete with illegal fishers, so they are affected much. So we can see that IUU fishing is not just a fisheries issue, it's a human development issue. Next, please. And these are some of the examples of illegal fishing methods. But the second, this photo, you can see how destructive methods have distracted the corals. But down here, you can see that people are connecting the pieces of mosquito nets, and they are using the pieces of mosquito nets to do fishing. So you can imagine they are catching those tiny juveniles. And again, we have the monofilament, which is a ghost fishing method. Once it's lost in the sea, it will keep fishing for years and years and years. Again, we have the beach seiner, which will fish starting from the parent stock to the... What are we going to have after fishing all the babies and the parents? Next, please. But what are we doing with our policy? In Tanzania, the fisheries resources are governed by the National Fisheries Policy of 2015. And we implement that policy through the Fisheries Act number 22 of 2003. We also have the principal regulations of 2009 with the amendments. And the Act addresses a number of issues, including fisheries administration, fishery industry development, aquaculture, and so on and so forth. Next, please. We have other laws which are governing our fishery. By recognizing the EEZ, we have the Deep Sea Fisheries Management and Development Act, number 5 of 2020. But we are being fed by data from our research institution. So we have the Tanzania Fisheries Research Institute Act number 11 of 2016. And we have our Marine Parks and Reserves Unit Act number 29 of 1994. And of course, the Environmental Act of 2004. Next. What are we doing? What are our fisheries management measures? First, we have established the marine protected areas and the marine managed areas, but we are working closely with the community through the beach management units, and we are implementing seasonal closures, especially for octopus. But for Lake Victoria, we are restricting fishing of sardine during the moonlight. Next. On top of legislative issues, we have species-specific management plan. Apart from the general management plan, we have small and medium pelagic species management plan. We have tuna, prawn, octopus management plans. On top of that, we have several guidelines, such as BMU guidelines, guidelines for camping, fish camping, guidelines for importation of fish gears, and the guideline for fishing in minor water bodies. Next, please. Now, currently, what are we doing? These are some of the efforts we are trying to implement. First, we have started demarcating the critical habitats, especially the breeding areas, and we have started this in Lake Victoria, where we have demarcated the areas using the buoys. But we have also started employing the technologies. Currently, we have purchased the drone, and we're in the process of implementing the VMS in the freshwater bodies, but in the EEZ is going on. I think Matthew will come and talk more about that. But we are conducting joint monitoring, control, and surveillance. And just last week, we have just completed a mission where we are doing the mission through Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization, and we are doing it concurrently with Tanzania, Kenya, and Uganda. But now we're also currently reviewing our regulations, and communities are being involved, as I mentioned before, through beach management units. And we are in the process of registering all fishers in the whole value chain by providing them with the electronic cards. Next, please. Now, the collaboration, we have both in regional and international collaborations. As I mentioned before, we have Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization, which is dealing with Lake Victoria. We have Lake Tanganyika Authority, which is dealing with Lake Tanganyika, but we have these other regional and international organizations. Next, please. Now, some of our success stories. First, which we feel proud of mentioning, is at least we have managed to reduce blast fishing. In 2023, we are counting 20 to 30 blast fishing per day, but currently we are counting 0 per day. So for us, it's a great success. But octopus fishers have been motivated. They are doing seasonal closures, and they are doing it on their own. So this is also another success. Next. This is the drone which we purchased a few months ago, and we were demonstrating to Her Excellency on how it works, and that was last month during the Farmers' Day in Nanenane. Next. Now let's come to the challenges to IUU. As I mentioned before, first we have limited resources. Resources are always not enough in terms of funding, but also in terms of human capacity. But we have the challenge of community awareness. Some are still not understanding that safeguarding our natural resources is the role of each Tanzanian. It's not only the role of a government. So we still need to raise awareness on that. But we have a lack of cohesiveness. We have different institutions who are implementing, we're implementing the same thing, but we are not coordinated. That is another challenge. Next. Now, what do we recommend? We recommend to continue strengthening cooperation on fisheries management within the region, but even within internationally. Again, joint collaboration on capacity building. We also recommend to review regional and national registration to cope with the dynamic in fishery. Again, about data collection, it's good if we can do it regionally and share the information. We also recommend that we should keep on strengthening the beach management units. And then alternative income generation will be good if, because it will release fishing pressure on our fishery. And again, gender responsive approaches and the youth engagement in blue economy value should be encouraged. I think this marks my last slide. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sekadende. This was a lovely highlight. I've learned a lot personally. The success story of reducing 20 or 30 blast fishing per day to almost 0 in 2025. That is something to be really commended. Our next speaker is Dr. Matthew Silas, and he will touch on IUUF, on Tanzania EZ fisheries.
Yeah, I'm now noting the time, and since I have a lot of slides, I think I will give 1 minute per slide. Yeah, maybe while we are waiting for the slides, maybe I can continue. Or I guess the slides will find me on the way, and I will tell you the slide number. So I think in general, EEZ size is big. It's more than 200,000 square kilometers. Therefore, the management of the EEZ requires sophisticated tools. And also, just to note, before 2009, the institution where I'm working, the Deep Sea Fishing Authority, was not there before that one. Can you go to slide number, this one, slide number 3. So there was an effort to make sure that the management of the EEZ also should be managed in a coherent way. Before that, it was being managed by the 2 ministries, and each ministry was independently trying to manage the EEZ size as much as they can. So they had, in 2009, the SFA was established. Can you go to slide number 4? Yeah. So there is registrations that are governing fisheries of Tanzania. So I will be talking about the Deep Sea Fishing Authority, which is managing EEZ and the area beyond national jurisdiction for vessels that are flagged to Tanzania. And also we have 2 governing act and regulation of 2020 and the regulation of 2021. Can you go to the next one? The management of EEZ itself, as I said, with the area beyond national jurisdiction, requires inter-agency cooperation, first at national and also international. So at national, we cooperate with the Ministry responsible for fisheries, also Navy and the other agencies, because they are playing part in one way or another. Next slide. And also, we work as well with the other regional organizations, and also we are implementing regional measures. So I want to go into detail of those ones. Next slide. But I will be talking about mostly on IOTC because we are members of IOTC, Indian Ocean Tuna Commission. We mostly manage tuna and tuna-like species within EEZ and area beyond. So the area that you see in blue are the areas under IOTC regulation. And also, we also work with other regional measures and RFMOs, international and national, and also other agencies. Next slide. So there are measures that we have adopted that we work on globally, Tanzania as well, and they are within our regulation. The aim is to make sure that we are publicly fighting against the IUU by making sure that we have a list of all vessels that have done IUU. Also, we are implementing port state measure, which is a very important tool. And also, we are regulating transshipments at sea because some of the activities that happen in sea transshipment, and also we improve monitoring and compliance. Can you go to the next slide? Now, with IUU, the listing of vessels is very important. There are some of the resolutions that we are abiding to as members, as cooperating parties, and we take all necessary measures to make sure that we fight against the IUU. And as you know, fighting against the IUU cannot be done only with one country. It's a regional, because someone can do one mistake in one country intentionally and move to another one. So we have a global responsibility. It's not only a country. And also we implement port state measure. Can you go to the next step? Next slide. The aim of the port state measure is to make sure that we eliminate laundering of caught fish that have been done with the IUU, which means if a vessel is listed as IUU list, you cannot grant access to any other port. So if it has committed the IUU in Tanzania, it is not going to be allowed to land in Kenya or any other country within the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission and elsewhere for members of or for signatories of post-state measure. Next slide. As well, shipment at sea, it has some rules that are governing it. We have resolutions that are governing it, and one of those is the having observer on board, and also inspection that is done before transshipment is made, and the declarations that is done. And also for countries like us, Tanzania, the transshipment within our EEZ is not allowed. So transshipment mostly is done in the port after authorization, and also cross-checking the information which is from the data that is being transshipped, that is correct and accurate. Next slide. And we have vessel monitoring systems that we use, and they are governed as well with the resolutions. All information that I'm giving you are also within our regulations, though they are within IOTC regulation as well, because it's the most regional body that is governing fisheries within the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission. So we have EMS, VMS, and IAS, electronic monitoring. I can say it's cameras that are installed within the vessels. And the vessel monitoring system, those are tools that are being fitted in a vessel that allow us to track the movement of the ship for vessels that are registered as a fishing vessel. And the AIS, those are identifiers that are always embedded in each vessel, whether it's a fishing vessel, or it's a cargo ship, something, or anything that is doing the activity within the ocean. You can see it with AIS. And also we have logbooks that verify information that is going also with the vessel from catches. Next slide. Next slide. So here we'll talk briefly on how we are managing the vessels. Next slide. With the VMS, I can say in short, those are tools that are installed within a vessel. They enable us to verify the catches, also the weight, and if there is any transshipment or any activity, or vessel that is calling for exit or entry or exit within the port. This information this system is allowing us to track the movement of the ship. Next slide. And also, any vessel that is registered in Tanzania as a fishing vessel is a mandate that it should have this system. Before we had the meta fishery system, which was used, but now we have advanced. Now we have Themis web system that any person who is authorized can look for all the vessels that have been authorized to fish with Tanzania from wherever we are. In the past, it was only while you're in the office, but now even if you are out of the office, you can still monitor those information from the activity of the vessels. Next slide. The system itself is that you start maybe the far right when the vessel transmits information to the satellite, then it goes to the system, to server, then it goes to the company service provider, then it being transmitted straight to our computer so you can see it. With that one, it means even if you are here, you can also monitor still the activity that's happening during the fishing operations. Next slide. So we have regional patrols as well to make sure, because I have said it's not easy to monitor IUU or to control IUU or to eliminate it individually. So we do a lot of joint missions, and those are some of the prosecutions that have been taken place, which resulted due to the joint patrol missions, showing that if you see you have a prosecution of vessels like this, it means there is a lot of things that are happening. So we need to make sure that we work collaboratively to make sure that we combat IUU fishing. Next slide. Next slide. This one is also a national sea patrol as well. It has ended up with the comprehension of the vessel that was doing illegal activity within the ocean. I'm not going into details of this because I just want to show that things are happening. So this one, that one, the other one was regional, this was a national. All of them, they are ending up with having some of the illegalities that are happening due to IUU. Next slide. So you see even some of the evidence we found also during the sea patrols within the nation, and the information, this information are publicly available because they've been published from several places. I don't go much into them, and most of the cases have been the cases are already, most of them were prosecuted, and also even if cases happen, because the system is clear, is through our regulation and act. Can we go to the next slide? Also, we do port inspection, because we do regional patrol, national patrol, and also port inspection. Any vessel that is calling to enter the port, when it's here as a fishing vessel, we are supposed to inspect the vessel itself to make sure that all the port state measure, all the requirements, and also labor conditions are followed for the crew and also for the ship. Next slide. We do also air patrol missions, and because air patrol missions are sometimes expensive, now we are going to use drone. I think from next year, we are going to purchase a drone that will have endurance of at least 8 to 10 hours, because we have to see the activity that is happening before we take a vessel to the sea, at least to make sure that we have a coverage, and we are supposed to have a minimum coverage of 5% for the inspection of the entire cost, to make sure that at least we are fighting against IUU. Next slide. Next slide again. So that was this is also showing the observer program. We have observer program. We have trained observers that are involved in when the vessel is at sea. They're also collecting information, and they're also doing the monitoring. As well, we have also the electronic monitoring tools that we also put in vessels to make sure that we can see activities that are happening within the vessels, even if we are on land. Next. Those are just cases of infringement. Next. So if vessel has committed illegality, what we do, we delete the certificate, and also we remove the ship from the registry. As well, also the vessel is listed as IUU list, and because we have also a cross-reference system, if a vessel is listed in IOTC as an IUU vessel, the information is also cross-listed within our regional fisheries organization, other FMOs, so that it cannot be licensed, or it cannot conduct any other activity related to fisheries. Next slide. Thank you very much.
That was very interesting. Thank you so much, Silas, for helping us understand what happens beyond what we can see by eyes on the coastline. I think from what Silas has just shared, we can see how technology plays a role in terms of like reducing IUUF in the EEZ in Tanzania. Mr. Yusuf, you're welcome for sharing with us the IUUF in Zanzibar and how it aligns with the efforts around blue economy. Karibu sana.
Good morning. My name is Yusuf. I'm here to share with you the situation of IUUF in Zanzibar coastal water. As we know that fishery sector playing an important role in food security as well as providing employment to coastal community, but IUUF is undermining the sustainability of our fisheries. Can you go to the next please? Next. So in Zanzibar, the problem of IUUF is there, although it is there for, I can say, in a small magnitude, but mostly it is observed in the following three forms, which are fishing without a license. So some fishers are going to fish without a license. And this may lead to both economic and social impacts, including government to lose the revenue because due to the fishing without a license, as well as this can lead to over-exploitation of our resources because government cannot proper manage the fisheries due to the fishing without a license. Also, uses of prohibited gears. So there's a gears that are prohibited, including beach seine, as well as uses of spear gun. So these gears always destruct marine habitat, including degradation of coral reef. So also, some fishers use a basket trap that is constructed by using chicken mesh, chicken wire. So this trap always has a small mesh, which is not selective to fish. So it can select even the juvenile fish. So catching the juvenile fish always may cause to deplete of our stock. So another form is fishing in prohibited areas. So fishing in prohibited areas may cause conflicts among the fishers because there's sometimes there's a regulation where fishing communities agreed to close the fishing areas. So some of the fishers may try to go and fish without the agreement or without the closure period, without the ending time of the closure period. So this may lead to the conflict among the fishing communities. Can you go to the next? Next slide, please. So next slide. So there's some of the initiatives that we have been taken to combat this illegal fishing. So including, can you go to the previous slide? Previous slide, yes. So including the jointly patrol. So here we do a patrol between different government organizations, including Department of Marine Conservation, as well as smuggling units, I mean KMKM. Also, we try to do a patrol together with Shehia Fisheries Committee, where this committee is composed by fishing communities. So together we do a patrol so as to manage the fisheries and to combat illegal fishing. Also, there's a community-based fisheries management by employing the Shehia Fisheries Committee, where fishing communities themselves regulate and manage fisheries. Also, there's a training program to fishers. So this program aims to raise awareness to fishers on the impact of the illegal fishing, as well as this training go further to train them on the alternative livelihood, so as to reduce the pressure in the marine resources. Also, there's a boat loans program where fishers are provided with boats with a high capacity that can go away from the coast, and this may help to leave the coastal habitat, including coral reef, to thrive, because this boat may go and fish away from the coast. Next. Also, there's a gear exchange programs where in this program, fishers that normally use illegal fishing gears, including trap, they exchange with government, and they are provided with with the legal one. And another thing is smart patrol, whereby there's a program of tracking boats, where by using a smartphone you can manage and see the boats, where it went, the fishing position, as well as the gears that is used for fishing. Finally, we have tried to improve our data collection capacity. Also, we have collaborated with some of the NGOs like WCS that helps to collect data on the fisheries, especially in fisheries that such as shark and rays. Also, here we have tried to improve capacity to our data collectors, so as to provide to us the data that follow good collection protocol. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yusuf. Please reserve your questions for at the end. Ms. Lydia Gimwa from CSENS, please come and share with us the context of the impact of IUU to biodiversity and coastal livelihoods.
Good morning once again. My name is Lydia from CSENS. I'm standing to share the experience of NGOs in fisheries management in Tanzania, but also in efforts to address IUU issues. Okay, so CSENS is a non-state actor, and we have been working on marine resource management for at least 20 years in Tanzania. And our major role is to support implementation of the national priorities in marine resource management. Next slide. Okay, so I will go fast here because some of the points have been already mentioned by my colleagues. But generally, it is estimated that Tanzania lose approximately 15.2 billion shillings annually on the average due to IUU fishing. And the government is working very hard. The government and the partners are working very hard to combat IUU fishing. But however, as of this year, it is still estimated that 42% of marine catch landings is IUU. And marine fisheries contributes, or fishing in general, contributes to the national GDP at an average of 1.7% per year. But also marine fisheries employs at least 54,000 people along the coastline. But also at least 4 million people are connected or are connected in the fishing activities in various fisheries associated activities. But for the IUU, it is important to address IUU issues because if they are not well addressed, they may not affect fisheries biodiversity only, but also pose risks to the national security. Next slide. Yeah, in terms of scope, we saw that IUU fishing happens both in small-scale fishing, but also in commercial or industrial fishing. And in the small-scale fishing, the fishing without license may, translates into IUU fishing. Without unregistered fishers in the vessels all contributes to IUU fishing, but failing to share catch data, catching undersized fish, using prohibited gears like the monofilaments nets, using nets below allowed mesh size, but also using blast in the water, which we commonly call dynamite fishing, seining in shallow water, and the bottom trawling, using poison, but also the use of ring nets below 50 meters. I wrote there 20, but I think it's 50 meters. But also intentional catching and consumption of the endangered, threatened, and protected species, but also violation of human rights in fishing activities. For the industrial, my colleagues mentioned, but also fishing vessels without license, the foreign vessels, fishing without flags, yeah, but also failing to share data, fishing in the territorial waters. The distant water fishing nations are not allowed to fish in the territorial waters, but also improper disposal of the wastes in the commercial vessels, practicing prohibited fishing, like shark finning, yeah, but also bottom trawling and labor abuse. So the scope of IUU fishing in Tanzania can be defined this way. Next, please. Yeah, so this is what happens with blast fishing, which is a major challenge in fishing in Tanzania. And you can see what happens in the water. And after that, that is the situation after blasting a coral reef. And you can see completely the coral reef turns into rubbles, and there is no hope of life in a situation like this one. Next. Yeah, so again, the government is working very hard to combat IUU fishing in Tanzania, but however, there are issues that undermine the efforts to combat IUU fishing. My colleagues mentioned some, but I will add the complexity of the Tanzania coastline is one of the issues that challenge efforts of the government to address IUU issues. So the coastline and the geography of the coastline, but also the nature of small-scale fishing in Tanzania is very complex. There are places that are not easily reachable, and therefore making MCS activities do not meet all the communities along the coastline, and that creates a loophole for people to do fishing activities that are not allowed. But also poor fisheries-related infrastructures, especially at the landing sites. You see, there are very few. Okay, there are landing sites which are formal, but there are so many landing sites which are not formal, and still the laws want people to bring the fish or the catch to the landing sites, but the landing sites are not effective, and it does not support effective data collection and monitoring. The issue of inadequate capacity in terms of financial, human resource, and technology. The ministry already mentioned that they are working hard, but Tanzania have a very long coastline and a very large EEZ, and therefore the government budget allocation may not be enough to cover the whole area. But also there are issues of modern technology, but the modern technology is partially developed or is at the pilot stage of development. So not everywhere along the whole coastline is covered with the use of drones and the like. But also there is an issue of sustainability. There is an issue of sustainability of the conservation interventions that we do with the communities. You find that in many cases, the communities do not have that capacity to continue with the operations and the conservation activities that probably were done with the support of the funded projects. Next, please. IUU fishing results into impacting the marine biodiversity by causing biodiversity loss, and that disrupts the functioning of the ecosystem, as well as lowering productivity of the marine environment. Yeah, we said the blasting, for example, blasting destroys everything, so we should not expect the marine environment to be productive. But also, IUU fishing destroys critical habitats like the coral reefs, which are important spaces for breeding, feeding, and the nursery of the marine species. Destructive fishing practices destruct the ecosystem, and this may jeopardize the sustainability of fishing, but also disrupting the balance in the sea. Next. Yeah, to the income and the community livelihoods, as I said before, marine fishing employs at least 54,000 people, and the other more than 4 to 6 million depends on the marine resources for their life. So any act of IUU fishing jeopardizes the livelihoods of that number of people. Some communities have limited livelihood options, and they solely depend on marine resources for their life. So if you destroy the only source of life to people, then you are disrupting, or you are threatening the livelihoods of the coastal communities. The money that the communities generate from fishing supports some basic needs. So any disruption again means disrupting people's life. Yeah, that one I want to repeat. It's about disrupting the balance at the sea. Poor income translates into poor support to the families, and that means failing to afford the basic needs, and therefore this may cause a lot of problems, including hunger in the families, but also family disintegration. If the ocean productivity becomes very low, that most of the time causes some of the family members, especially men, migrating far for a long time, 3 to 6 months, searching for fish, and therefore leaving the families alone with little support. And this may pose into family disruption, but also posing lack or reduced support for basic needs, like paying bills for health bills and education bills, and causing school dropouts for the children. Next. Yeah, to the endangered species, and especially the marine turtles, the dugongs that citizens address, but also other marine turtles. including the whale sharks. These are very important species used as indicator species for the ocean health, and therefore any disturbance and the low ocean productivity caused by IUU fishing may drive away the occurrence of the endangered, threatened, and protected species in our waters. Destruction of critical habitats like the coral reefs and the seagrasses deny shelter, nursery, and feeding grounds to the ETPs. Trawling and other destructive fishing methods in the shallow waters is not selective, and therefore this can, the catch may include ETPs, and some die and be discarded as bycatch. Some fishing methods like blasting and using poisonous agents in the sea may directly kill the ETPs and harm the balance in the sea. Next. Yeah, the community is working very hard to conserve the marine resources around them, and the government and the other partners are supporting these community initiatives. So any act of IUU fishing may jeopardize the community conservation efforts, but adversely impact the food security, income, livelihood, and ETPs. Next. Food security, yes, as I said before, more than 6 billion people depend on seafood as the only source of protein, and therefore IUU fishing may cause hunger, but also disrupt or adversely affect the sustainability of food security. Next. Yeah, so there are measures to combat IUU fishes by the government, and NGOs, we are part of the process. And I want to repeat, Matt, but we have policies, legislations, and all the documents to guide sustainable or to guide measures to combat IUU fishing. But also the government has worked very hard to establish a national task team to combat crimes in marine resources, including fisheries, but also promoting community-based marine resource management, facilitating the community-based data collection, yeah, so that we combat that component of unreported. Collaboration between the government and the non-state actors is another measure to stop IUU fishing. International and regional collaboration, as was mentioned by the government. Next. Next. Yeah, so what citizens do to support the efforts to combat IUU fishing? I can see I have a lot of bullets here. I try to go quickly. Citizens is working, like any other NGOs, is working to support the government, to support the communities to participate in fisheries management. So we work, we go through the process of establishing and strengthening the BMUs, but also community and school outreach, but also supporting community-based patrols and community-based fisheries data collection. Next. Yeah, we have a program of protecting and monitoring the trend of ETPs as an indicator species, and we work in 9 districts and in 36 communities along the coastline, but also we have facilitated the development of the National Action Plan for Conservation of Marine Turtles, which was launched last year, but also we participate in various policy and legislation review processes. our engagement with the government in implementing the conservation activities is what we do to combat IUU fishing. Next. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lydia, for linking us on how IUU affects our communities. I was surprised IUU inavunja mpaka ndoa za watu. In the interest of time, we'll only take 2 questions. So any questions from the audience, please? Karibu daktari.
Thank you. Mine is not a question. I just wanted to give some complimentary remarks to the presentation by the 4 panelists. The 4 panelists actually they gave a very clear some of the economic, social, and environmental impacts of overfishing and IUU fishing. So because of that, first of all, probably I should introduce myself. My name is Rashid Matama. And I spent like 5 years at the top management of the fishery division at the Ministry of Natural Resources between, livestock and fisheries between 2018 and 2023. I was the PS, Permanent Secretary of the fishery division. So from those impacts which we heard from the panelists, actually the ministry spend much of the resources in terms of personnel, but in terms of time, but also finance in trying to combat IUU. But as we heard from Dr. Baraka's presentation, those resources are quite limited. So one of the policy and management intervention measures, what we did at the ministry we started that around 2020, was to try to, because we don't have much resources and the issues of conservation licensing is a responsibility of a small unit within the ministry, and that can't have enough resources. So one of the intervention we did was to try to establish an authority, Tanzania Fishing Authority. For those who are, it's like for the natural resources and tourism, like TANAPA, where you have a paramilitary to take care of the issues related to conservation. So the bill was prepared, and I'm sure it is under different levels of the parliamentary committees. Probably in the next 1 or 2 years, we might have an authority. And that gives much resource. Budget for an authority is larger than that of the unit. So that we think that if you get that, that is one intervention level. But in the second presentation by Matthew, we heard about Port State Measure Authority. This is an international treaty of the FAO, which is designed to prevent, deter, but also eliminate IUU. And it does that by preventing vessels engaged in IUU to land in the member states of PSMA and land their catch and things. So Tanzania, we are quite new in that, but recognizing the importance of being members of PSMA, actually in the 2020, actually we sent a bill to the parliament, and it was endorsed by parliament. But before you become a full member, because as I said, this is an international treaty by FAO, you have to submit that endorsement, government endorsement to the FAO. And I'm glad to report that actually in June this year, Tanzania ratified that project. So we are fully members of PSMA. But in his presentation, Matthew, one of the conditions of getting a license to fish in the EEZ of Tanzania is that transshipment is not allowed. You just have to do that in designated ports. Tanzania will have ports, like 4 ports, but all of them are not fishing ports. So you can't bring in a vessel and land. So one of the initiatives we did at the ministry was Tanzania should start constructing its own fishing port, which is particularly for fishing. And that will allow us to use this port state measure to inspect, and vessels will not transship, but will have to come to the fishing vessel if they want to do transshipment. But also they will come and land like bycatch, which will help to increase fish supply in the country. So luckily 2 years ago, actually, that project was endorsed by the government, and we are constructing a fishing port at Kilo Masoko. That will be the first fishing port in Tanzania, and we think with that port, we'll be able to implement some of these measures. So just wanted to give those few remarks to show the government in terms of management and policy interventions on the IUU issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ari. That's a very good insights sharing on the government's effort. Any one last question or comment? Oh, okay, online. Welcome, Edward, for your question.
Okay, I don't know whether you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Right. Yeah, this is Edward Kimakwa, and I'm currently working on an EU project, Blue Economy project, in the office of the Vice President based in Dodoma. I'm glad to see Dr. Skadende and my colleagues from Deep Sea Fishing Authority and everyone else that I really know. And I want to thank the organizers for coming up with this initiative. I think it's a good one. And I also want to commend the presenters for the nice presentation. Mine is not going to be very specific to anyone, but I think this is the challenge that I'm putting upon each one of us, especially those in the scientific community. I've seen figures here being talked about in terms of economic impacts of IUU, in terms of the numbers, in terms of the catch, and also in terms of the economic laws. There's also mention in terms of the impact of IUU on ecosystems. However, we have a problem, and the problem we have is that where are we getting these figures from? And it's not only confined to Eastern African countries, but I think it's a global problem. It may be African problem. We need, as the scientific community, to come up with a methodology for estimating the impact of IUU fishing in terms of socio-economic aspects, in terms of ecosystem impacts. We do not have a unified and standardized approach when it comes to methodology. So maybe our academic institutions and our research institutions, I think this is high time that we think about coming up with a standard methodology for estimating IUU fishing. Secondly is we have been talking about data collection. Various institutions represent this meeting. We have been talking about some of our activities about data collection, but I think we need to go more and also have an integration in terms of IUU estimates when it comes to our data collection systems. Our really focus is on about getting statistics in terms of the fish production, getting statistics in terms of the total catch, and perhaps also the quantity involved in terms of the fish, and as well as the value. However, we need to integrate, data collection with focus on IUU fishing in our data collection systems, do regular analysis to inform policy and decision making when it comes to IUU fishing. So I think as a region, we need to maybe have an approach through either the Southwest Indian Ocean Fisheries Commission or through the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission. And lastly, the focus we know more is about industrial fishing when it comes to IUU fishing, but I'm really happy that there's recognition that small-scale fisheries also, we have IUU fishing, but the problem also is about data collection and quantifying the impact of IUU fishing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Edward. This was a very good comment and a question into it. We will take this question into the roundtable later in the afternoon. I would like to appreciate our distinguished panelists for very great sharings. We've learned a lot, ranging from how IUU is operating in the EEZ, the scope and its impact in Tanzania, and the interregional collaborations needed for it. How Zanzibar itself is playing a key part in terms of ensuring that it aligns with the lives of the Zanzibaris and the Tanzanians as a whole. And from Lydia, leveraging on how coastal communities can be stewards of reducing and stopping IUU. Thank you so much for your precious time. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much to our panel, and thank you, Jerry. We'll move to the second panel. We'll try. There will be a session after the panels and after the innovation session on marine protection, where we'll have more discussion and we'll bring more questions. So if you have got any question or you wanted to make a comment, please, we'll have a session to go. So the second session today, or the panel, is on regional collaboration against IUUF, where the idea of this is to bring much more kind of regional collaboration, also to get some of the best cases around our neighbors. And to start, we've got three panels. First is Sebastiano Lubinda, is a technical fisheries manager for the Tanzania at the Blue Ventures, where he leads community-based marine conservation efforts and supports sustainable fisheries across East Africa. With a Bachelor of Science in Aquatic Sciences and Fishery Management from the University of Dar es Salaam, and a prior experience with WWF and WCS. Sebastiano specializes in co-management frameworks and community-led initiatives. He works, bridges science, policy, and grassroots action to promote resilient small-scale fisheries and strengthening regional partnership in Kenya, Mozambique, and Tanzania. The second panelist is Dr. Rhett Bennett, is a program manager for the Western Indian Ocean Shark Conservation Program at the Wildlife Conservation Society, where he has led shark and lay conservation effort for over 80 years. His work combines ecological research, policy advocacy, and community engagement to close knowledge gaps, improve species identification, and combat illegal trade. Dr. Bennett supports government in implementing global conservation commitments and empower fishing communities to adopt a sustainable practice and advance science-based strategy to protect vulnerable marine species across East Africa. Our third panelist is Joshua Oginda Abel, serves as a marine enterprise and monitoring officer at the Northern Rangeland Trust Coast in Lamu, Kenya, where he designs data-driven conservation strategies that balance ecological sustainability with economic empowerment. With over 6 years of experience, Joshua develops key performance indicators to measure both environmental and enterprise outcomes, support community-led marine conservation. He is passionate about scaling replicable models and is currently documenting his journey through narrative storytelling, aimed to publish a memoir that blends science, culture, and personal growth. So Dr. Bennett and Joshua will be joining us online. But let's start with Seba, who is from the Blue Ventures. Seba, please.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, both here physically and those online, good morning. Thank you, Martin, for the introduction. So yes, my name is Sebastian Olbida. I'm working as Technical Fisheries Manager for Blue Ventures. I'm based here in Dar es Salaam. And I'll be presenting about, first of all, who we are as Blue Ventures and what we do regionally, especially in the Wayo region, but also what are the successes, first of all, what are the approaches that we use to combat this very specific problem of IUU fishing, but through that, what are the successes we have observed, but also challenges, as well as opportunities for any regional collaboration. So yes, Blue Ventures is an international marine conservation organization which works side by side with local partners to strengthen local management and restore ocean life. It was established in 2003, which started in Madagascar, and then from there it went on to 11 countries across 3 continents. And in the Wayo region, we're working in Tanzania, Kenya, Mozambique, but also in Madagascar. Next, please. And so our work is based on the 4 pillars that we focus our initiatives. And one of the pillars is financial inclusion, which basically is focusing on the livelihood aspect of fishing communities, but also our food security. We're trying to see the access and how the communities have the access to nutrition. But also we work on the secure rights side, where it deals with making sure that the community members understand their management rights so as to give them legal backing to manage their fisheries. But also the other pillar is community-based fisheries management. And from all these 4 pillars, we're trying to find a balance between the ocean and the people's livelihoods. And we have our motto, which is thriving oceans, bar thriving fishes. So through community-based fisheries management, we support community-led monitoring. We support community-based organizations, particularly known as BMUs, for example, here in Kenya and Tanzania. But also through these, also other organizations such as SFCs, as my colleagues from Zanzibar said, the Sharia Fisheries Committees, but VLCs within the marine parks. And these BMUs, which have their networks, for example, we have Kilwa BMU network in Kilwa, we have Kwale County BMU network in Kwale, Kenya, but also we have Miali networks in Madagascar. So this is one of the approaches that we use to fight this irregulated IUU fishing. And the other approach that we use is data for informed management. And through this, we make sure that community members have the capacity to understand, to correct, to manage, but also to use data on how to track these IUU hotspots, but also the trends and how to mitigate the effects that they see in their communities. But also the other approach is regional collaboration. As I've mentioned, in the Wayo region, working for those 4 countries, in which we usually conduct these regional exchange programs. For example, in May, we had learning exchange visits in Kenya, where we took the BMUs from Tanzania, and then they had to learn data collection aspects and IUU aspects of fisheries in Kenya. But also other approach we use is strengthening legal recognition of these management bodies, specifically BMUs, SFCs, and VLCs, here in Tanzania, Kenya, and other countries in the Wayo, because we understand that once the community members understand their management rights, they will also have the legal backing to manage those rights. But also, specifically in Madagascar, the other approach we use is industrial fishing transparency and monitoring, where we call it the development of what's called Fisinjo. Basically, it literally translates into watcher or observer. It's a civil society-led observatory which deals with monitoring the vessel activities in the EEZ zone in the Madagascar. Next, please. And with all these approaches, we have had some successes. And some of them were observed gains in community enforcement and compliances through what we call DINA, which are customary, which are local customary rights in Madagascar, but also we have fisheries bylaws here in Tanzania. Through our assessments, we observed the increased percentage of compliances and the drop in the IUU incidents reported. But also through, we were able to, as I said, collate the creation of SINJO, which is Madagascar Industrial Fishing Observatory, an organization which is several society-led. So we were also able to help to help influence the policy through data, which was also contributed in the Madagascar's national IUU fishing strategy of 2023. But also the other success that we observed is repeated closure of octopus. The results that were observed, an increase of 700%, for example, very specifically in this LMMA called Verandriake in Madagascar, within 20 years of its within 20 years of the practice, from 2004, which was the first, to last year. But also regional collaboration, knowledge sharing, by partnering with partners, for example, that we're working with here in Tanzania. And the mainland, for example, we have CSense and others. So through this, through knowledge sharing and partnering regionally, not even here in Tanzania alone, but also in Madagascar and Kenya and Mozambique, we're also able to create these and make sure that we share the knowledge across the regions. But apart from the challenges, apart from the successes, we also observed some challenges. One was, as my colleagues have said, weak enforcement capacity in terms of training, in terms of knowledge, in terms of facilities like boats in conducting patrols, but also our legal systems when it comes to issuing sanctions maybe against offenders are often weak, and also they take too long, and also this, as in turn, leads to low deterrence. But also the other problem or challenge that we observed was financial constraints. For example, we have said almost all the presenters here have mentioned about the vessel monitoring systems, all these satellite data systems and platforms. These are expensive and costly that can't be, for example, adopted easily, especially in the community levels. But also the socio-economic challenges. We have lack of alternative livelihoods. These, in one way or another, forces these fishers, because when we, for example, preach about maybe we should stop about IUU fishing, then what's the alternative? What do we do then if we don't do this? Because this is what we have always known our entire lives. So because these community members lack alternative livelihoods, maybe the knowledge or the capacity or the understanding of what to do if not fishing. We understand if they had the alternative livelihoods, it means that they would, the pressure and the pressure of the ocean would drastically decrease. But also the regional dimension, as my other colleagues have said, IUU fishing is transboundary. We have fishers from Tanga who fish in Kenya and vice versa. We have fishers from Tanzania who do migrate to Mozambique and vice versa. So this is a challenge because we have different frameworks and we have different policies which guide fishing. But this is a regional dimension, which means that there is always a challenge in managing IUU because it's not just country specific. So what do we do then? Or what are the areas maybe we can try to look at and maybe collaborate in terms of regional, in the WIO specifically? First of all, we could try to strengthen regional surveillance enforcement through, for example, the VMS that we've all been mentioning, but also maybe having the harmonized regional databases for fisheries and IUU specifically. But also by harmonizing legal and policy frameworks, for example, using benchmarks like FAO, fisheries, or these regional management rules and laws. From those, we can have harmonized policies, which in turn will help us as a region to solve this persisting problem. But also technology and data collaboration among the partners, having maybe, I know this is kind of a top, for example, even with Wyoming South, all these meetings, how do we come about harmonizing our data? We have different partners, everybody's collecting their own fisheries data, using their own methodologies, answering their own questions. As a region, specifically on the IUUF, how do we come together as all partners and stakeholders to have harmonized to share data and technology, but also through capacity building and training. For example, as I've said, regional exchange programs. We have had a case study, for example, in Zanzibar, where just one visit to Songo Songo BMU in the mainland changed the whole perception of how people saw temporary closures for octopuses. At first it was seen as, oh, you're limiting our resources, you want to take ours, you want to establish an MPA. But through these regional exchange programs, it's easier for community members to learn from their fellow community members rather than the technical people, how everything is being done, especially in the management. But also we can leverage the donor and diplomatic platforms. For example, we have SADC, we have our African Union, but also we have our Nairobi Convention. We can try to leverage all these platforms to get maybe a coordinated funding or political will in these countries, because through these platforms, it's understanding that we can actually try and tackle this ever-sensitive problem, because as we said, it's regional, it's not a country specific. And that will be all for me and on behalf of Blue Ventures. Thanks for listening.
Thanks so much. Thanks very much, Seba. You can have a seat, and then we'll please hold your questions, and then once we finish all three panelists, and then go. I'll go all the way to South Africa to Rhett. Rhett, if I may ask you to present from your side, if you can share your screen from your side, that would be good.
Good morning. Okay, thank you very much. I'll do that. I think you're going to have to give me permission to share the.
Hang on there while we're doing some technical issue.
Thanks, I have it. It's worked. Okay, are you able to see the screen?
Yes.
Right. And then also,
if you can change the setting to present, that would be wonderful.
Yes, is it, are you seeing the presenter mode?
Is that okay? I'm told it, yes, is the presenter mode.
Okay, so you're seeing the wrong screen. Okay, I need to change that, sorry. Can you see now? Can you see it in the correct mode?
Sorry, can you present mod screen? Maybe you want to share on the second screen.
Sorry, I was trying to do that. Right, this time?
Maybe you can just duplicate instead of extending, and then could solve the problem.
We try also to, we've got you here, so let's try working from our end.
Is that better?
Yeah, there, yes. We go there.
Okay. Thank you, sorry for the delay there. All right, good morning, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to present and enjoy and join your panel discussion today. My Wi-Fi is not very good, so I'll just leave my video off for now. I also thanks for the opportunity to just say a few words on what the Wildlife Conservation Society does in terms of combating IUU fishing in East Africa. I'll only talk obviously about our experiences and the activities that we are doing. What I didn't notice though was there was no real discussion on, so I'm trying to change slides and it's not working for some reason. Okay. This is not going very well, is it?
Rachel, we've got from our end, then we'll share from our end, if that's okay.
Okay, now there we go, it's changing, right. Okay.
Yeah.
So what I didn't hear a clear message of, obviously this morning we've heard a lot about the impacts of IUU fishing, but we haven't, nobody has really defined that. And I think when we think about how to combat IUU fishing, we need to understand what the term involves. Of course, there's illegal fishing. And I think a lot of the time there's a misconception that IUU fishing is really about illegal fishing. And I also think there's a misconception that it's generally about industrial fisheries and offshore fisheries, and that's also not true. So IUU obviously covers illegal activities, unreported activities, and unregulated activities. And also it's not strictly, it's not specific to industrial fisheries only. If we just look at this image, for example, these are some artisanal fishers that have caught and killed a whale shark in very shallow coastal waters. Whale sharks are listed on Appendix 1 of the Convention on the Conservation of Migratory Species of Wild Animals, and that calls on party states to strictly protect these species. So technically, whale sharks are prohibited from capture. So that makes the scene in this image illegal. It's a fishery that's not reporting their catches at all, so that makes it unreported. And there's no regulation on the level of fishing effort that can take place in this specific fishery, which makes it unregulated also. So we've got illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing all taking place in this one photograph in a coastal inshore fishery. So it's very important to understand what the term means and then see how we can address the issues by understanding all the components of IUU fishing. So for the Wildlife Conservation Society, we have a very strong focus on conservation. That's part of our core conservation strategy. Is science. We have a strong focus on science to policy. We want to make sure that any of our conservation recommendations are evidence-based. And one of the key activities that we do is to record fishery landings. We heard mention of that earlier, that WCS is collecting fishery data in Zanzibar. We do that also in Mozambique, Kenya, Madagascar, and other parts of Tanzania as well. And the idea is to provide information on what's being landed at species level, and that information we can use to inform policy reform. You can see from the images here, there's a lot of dead animals that we record. A lot of these are threatened species, and so we get very good information on what's being caught and what the impacts are. We also work closely with the fishing community themselves and train members of the fishing communities to actually collect the data in many of these sites. We have a strong focus also on community engagement and community-led fisheries management. We have a range of different activities that we do. For example, working with the communities to collect their own fishing data, providing awareness-raising activities and meetings, etc., and materials such as brochures and posters to help people understand the poor conservation status of threatened marine species and try to encourage alternative behaviors and more sustainable fisheries that have lower impacts on threatened marine species. One of the other things is to try to raise awareness with the fisheries and the authorities of the specific regulations that take place or that are in place in each country, because there was a time when, for example, in Mozambique, where the authorities had interpreted the regulations incorrectly, and therefore they were arresting fishermen for catching sharks, any shark species, even those that were not prohibited. So it's good to have this awareness raising so that the fishers and the authorities who are enforcing understand the regulations exactly. WCS has also worked with the Mozambican government to develop a specific national legislation that legally empowers coastal fishing communities to manage their own coastal fishing resources. So that's obviously a useful step towards local community empowerment and reducing illegal and unsustainable fishing within coastal waters. Another key component of the work that we're doing is capacity building. We do this with many different government and community partners, as well as other partners like universities, etc. We work a lot with other NGOs in the region. One of the key capacity building aspects is training people on collecting coastal fishery catch data. Here is one of my colleagues from Zanzibar training a fishing community member on how to record information on sharks and rays landed in the coastal fisheries. But that's not the only type of capacity building that we do. It's just one of the key ones. We also do some capacity building in terms of training enforcement agents on species identification. This is particularly for the enforcement of measures such as those under CITES. So we work a lot with the customs agents and the fisheries inspectors to enable them or empower them to be able to identify CITES listed sharks and rays in the illegal trade. We also work with Stellenbosch University in South Africa to train government technicians and field agents on those who are involved in illegal trade in shark and ray products or in any marine products, how to conduct genetic barcoding to be able to validate pieces of products that are being traded illegally so that we can get to species level to understand whether trade is legal or not legal. And we've also been providing capacity building workshops for government agents on aspects such as the implementation of CITES, developing the tools and the requirements around the implementation of CITES and other international measures. And obviously all of this is designed to try to empower communities and governments to have the capacity to enforce measures so that they can reduce illegal fishing and illegal trade. Marine conservation areas are another tool that we use. Obviously with time constraints, I can't get into this in too much detail, but for example, in Mozambique, on the left-hand side, you can see there's a number of different panels there. And we've taken different layers of data, such as the spatial distribution of fishing effort, spatial distribution of species distribution ranges of threatened species, existing marine protected areas and other protection zones. And we've used that in a spatial prioritization layer to identify areas that are priority areas for protection for the conservation of shark and rays in Mozambique. In Madagascar, in the middle, WCS has worked with fishing communities and the government to develop numerous locally managed marine areas, as well as some marine protected areas. And the idea there is obviously to have these little pockets of coastal areas that are well managed and where illegal fishing and unregulated fishing and unmonitored fishing are reduced, and also obviously by empowering coastal communities to manage their resources. In Zanzibar, more recently, we've worked to develop a marine spatial plan with many different stakeholders, particularly for an area within the Pemba Channel Conservation Area. This marine spatial plan specifically covers an area that's represented by 19 different Shahia fishing committees. So it's quite a big, important marine spatial plan to help with this improving the sustainability of fisheries in that part of the Pemba Channel. We also have some monitoring, control, and surveillance activities, although we are definitely not a frontline enforcement agency. We definitely are not on a vessel out at sea trying to intercept illegal activities, but we have some monitoring, control, and surveillance activities. We support fisheries patrols. You can see on the left-hand side here an example of some of the tracks where the rangers have used SMART, the spatial monitoring and reporting tool, to conduct fisheries patrols, and this is obviously try to intercept fishing activities and illegal fishing activities, and to get improved information on the fishing effort that's taking place in the region. We've also supported the development of the surveillance and control strategy for marine conservation areas in Zanzibar, and there's even been a specific module of this developed to help train community members on implementing this tool. And then we've also worked with several governments in the region to help with illegal trade, not only illegal fisheries, but also illegal trade. For example, there's been several seizures of shark fins that have been exported illegally from our region. And so we've worked with the governments to try to help identify those products, whether it's visually or through genetic tools, etc., trying to reduce illegal trade. Policy reform is also a key component of what we do, both at national and international levels. For example, in Mozambique, Tanzania, Kenya, and Madagascar, we have supported the government to develop a national plan of action to guide the conservation and management of shark and ray species in each country. The Tanzanian one is in the final draft phase as of earlier 2025. In Mozambique, we supported the government to develop or to revise the national marine fishing regulations. So that was an opportunity to identify gaps in policy and bring in stronger measures that would help reduce illegal fishing. And then at the international scale, we're working with multiple different conventions through our East Africa teams, but also through our international policy team, to engage with conventions such as CITES to reduce illegal trade, and then the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, the United Nations Convention on transnational organized crime, and all of these things are obviously intended to try to reduce illegal fishing and trade, and to promote the development of tools that can guide governments at a national level to implement these measures. We've also engaged quite a lot with the Nairobi Convention over the last few years, specifically on sharks and rays and marine mammals, trying to, as the previous speaker mentioned, trying to harmonize measures, national policy across the region, so that there is that harmonization of policy among the East African countries in terms of what species are protected, etc. And then just finally, what our next steps are, things that we want to start and things that we want to continue doing. We're going to continue to support improved monitoring and reporting in all fisheries sectors, in all fisheries in the countries that we work in East Africa, to reduce unreported fishing. We want to continue supporting improved industrial fishery monitoring, and this is through things like improved observer programs, bringing in or advancing the use of electronic tools such as VMS, AIS, tools such as Global Fishing Watch and Skylight that can help to monitor fishing effort and to identify potential illegal activities and thereby help to reduce illegal activities. We're going to continue to strengthen coastal fisheries management, and this is largely through continued support for communities to be empowered to manage their own resources, with the idea that would help to reduce IUU fishing in coastal waters. We will continue to identify policy gaps. This is both at national level and at multinational level, so in regional policy measures such as Nairobi Convention, or international measures such as CITES or CMS, as well as in terms of the implementation and enforcement of measures under those. And that's the idea there would be to identify gaps in regulation and then improve the regulations so that there's less unregulated fishing taking place. And then finally, engaging more with the regional fisheries management organizations and the regional fisheries bodies, again, as some of the previous speakers have mentioned this morning, trying to reduce IUU activities in industrial fisheries particularly, and also those fishery practices that are impacting threatened species particularly. And like I said, although we are not a frontline enforcement agency, and even despite not having these like face-to-face armed interventions to stop illegal behavior, we believe that many small actions that we are, like those that I've mentioned here, many small actions can contribute collectively to the fight against IUU fishing, particularly if we understand the definitions of IUU, like I mentioned in the beginning, and that we are addressing some of the illegal components, some of the unregulated components, and obviously some of the unreported components. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much for your time. I'll be happy to take any questions later. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Red. Yes, we'll have a session for the question later, but Joshua, presume you're ready. Joshua is also joined by community representative in Kenya. Thank you.
Good morning. I hope I'm audible enough. Please confirm that I can be heard.
Can you hear us? Joshua, I think you're breaking up.
Yes, I can hear you okay. Please confirm that I'm audible.
Yes, we can hear you now. Yes.
Thank you very much. Please hand me the sharing rights. My name is Joshua Ginda. I work with Northern Rangelands Trust. I know the name is a bit confusing to many people because I know the ocean is not a rangeland, but I'll give you a brief history of how the name came about. Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes. If you can put in a presenting mode.
Sure thing.
Yes, we can see your screen. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. Just a moment, please. As I was saying before, Northern Rangelands Trust is an organization that was born about 20 years ago with main focus on rangelands that are found in the vast northern region of Kenya, working with local communities to ensure that they have sustainable livelihoods while managing the volatile rangelands. And 10 years ago, we onboarded the coastal conservancies or the marine conservancies to the member organization and initiated the marine program that brings 7 member conservancies in the coastal region to manage the coastal resources and improve the livelihoods of fisher communities living in the coastal area of Kenya. NRT Coast has works in, excuse me. So we work, the area that we're working on is the area of operation is about 32,000 hectares of marine area. And we have marine, that includes the, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, yes.
Sorry, my internet is a bit disruptive.
But we can hear you, yes.
Thank you very much. So our vision is to create resilience communities and ecosystems. And our mission is to develop resilient community conservancies that transform lives, secure peace, and conserve natural resources. So NRT is a model that works with communities who are the owners and leaders of the umbrella organization that forms NRT. And this is the model of the conservancy. The community is at the top, and then followed by the conservancy board, the community management team, who now have the council of elders, who have the responsibility of making decisions. So NRT works around 4 major goals. Our focus today being on goal number 4, or objective number 4, which is natural resources. And our main challenges that we are addressing in the coastal communities are those displayed on the screen. But I will focus today mostly on this second one in the middle, the second in the top row, which is basically IUU, or what we're talking about, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fisheries, or fishing. I know that picture speaks nothing of IUU, but it's just an illustration of how cross-cutting or cross-boundary our challenges are. So you can see, Bennett is from South Africa, and most speakers that have spoken before me are from Tanzania. And we have challenges that are coming all the way from Comoros. So this shows that our approach should not just be local, but should be regional. And that is the main reason we are here today. So our conservancies, or through the conservancy model, we are working with about 121 community rangers here in the coast. And the main reason we have these rangers is to ensure that there's effective patrol or enforcement. That is both in the marine and in the terrestrial landscapes. And the rangers have facilities. We have facilities that help us ensure that the work that the rangers are doing is well executed. And I will show you what these men and women have, how they've dedicated their lives towards reducing or preventing IUU fishing in the seascape. So over the years, with the help of these rangers, those are the measures, or those are the that is the data that has been recorded. I'll focus on column number 3 or number 4, which is illegal fishing. And this is not just within the locally managed marine areas, but as well as outside the LMMAs, where local fishers are undertaking the fishing activities. Just quickly, for example, this year, since the beginning of 2025, we've had 3 recorded cases of illegal fishing within the locally managed marine areas. And the bottom there has a note that all these arrests or all these recoveries are handed over to the mandated security agencies. I forgot to mention that NRT's main strength is working with partners and collaborators. So we have a very strong relationship with government agencies, both the national government and the county government, as well as other NGOs and key actors in the fisheries management. And so all these efforts, or these, if in case of an arrest or a confiscation in the marine space, so the mandated security agency handles that. So NRT just supports with the patrols, but we do not take any action apart from just handing those cases over to the mandated security agency. And in this case, that is the Kenya Fisheries Service or the County Fisheries Department. One of the interventions that we've undertaken as NRT is a very successful program, the gear exchange program. And from the screen, going counterclockwise from the top right, that is a case of illegal or unsustainable fishing practices. That gear there is a beach scene net or a scene net. And from the catch there, it is very evident that not only is the practice illegal or unsustainable, but it's also not very economically viable to the fisher. And so through a very, very engaging and voluntary exchange program, about 80% of those beach scene nets in Kiunga have been exchanged. And on the top left there, one of the beneficiaries or one of the fishers who was initially using the beach scene nets agreed to adopt a new fishing practice. And this was very voluntary. The fishers had to, they had the choice of an alternative gear. And so whatever they picked or they opted for is what they received. The bottom left, there is the event or the handing over of the fishing gear or the preferred fishing gear. Then on the bottom right is a story of how things have changed, of how the man has now benefited from the program. And needless to say, you can see that now the catch is different, even if it's one it's not as much as before, but it's now a bit more sustainable. They're not catching bycatch or undersized catch like before. So this is one of the success stories from the north coast of Kenya, and some of the interventions that we're undertaking to prevent or to deter IUU fishing. I began by saying that we're working with community rangers or community scouts in collaboration with government agencies. So that there on the screen is a rescue operation of sea turtles that have been entangled in set fishing nets. And so Kenya Wildlife Service, in collaboration with Kenya Fisheries Service and community conservancies, carry out routine patrols, daily patrols by the rangers, but then we have joint patrols that happen 3 or 4 times in a year to ensure that IUU is put on the minimum. So these are some of the partners that we've worked with over the years to ensure that some of these measures are effective or are successful. And just to mention before winding up is that the government, in collaboration with partners, have in place the National Plan of Action to prevent, deter, and eliminate IUU fishing, which has been in effect from 2022 and will be active until 2027. And these are some of the guidelines that we follow. Of course, it's embedded in the law, in our constitution, under the Fisheries Management and Development Act of 2016 that some of these things have to take place. And one other thing that NRT is doing to ensure that the tide is turning is that we are very much keen. We've invested a lot in ensuring that communities are able to carry out monitoring, control, and surveillance, and also are able to get data so that the decisions that we make are data-driven. And mostly we are dealing with coastal fisheries or small-scale fisheries, because that is our main focus at the moment. But we're also collaborating with other actors in the sector, for example, Kenya Fisheries Service and the Coast Guard, to ensure that the IUU is not happening even beyond the coastal waters. People have spoken of the EEZ, and I know through partnership we have piloted a project where we are equipping commercial fishing vessels with electronic monitoring systems that give live feedback to ensure that these things are not happening, or to make sure that illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing is prevented or is deterred. And I think we are not oblivious of the collaborations that have been taking place in the region, because I know it's that season again where we have fishers coming all the way from Pemba to camp in Lamu, and I'm happy that most of these fishers are compliant with the regulations that are put in place. They bring their catch to the landing sites, the BMU landing sites, and most of these, all of this data is recorded on a daily basis. We have community fish catch data monitors who are taking daily fish catch data every day, and together with Kenya Fisheries and Kenya Fisheries Research Institute, we have activities where we have catch assessments activities for catches and species, and this is very necessary in developing management and developing of the fisheries strategies. And no, I'm very happy to see familiar faces. We hosted fisher communities from Pemba and Tanga who came for a regional cross-learning exchange visit, and this is one of the things that we need to do more to ensure that we are learning from each other across the border, because, like I said, these challenges are not confined to a country. They know no boundaries. The resources, the fish, know no boundaries. So our management measures, our interventions, our policies need to be need not to be confined to a single country. So I'm very happy. Thank you for inviting us to this roundtable, and I'm happy to take any questions if they arise.
Good. Thanks very much, Joshua. We will take one question here, but also we'll take one question online. And then for the people online, please bear with us. We'll have a short tea break, and we'll come back after 15 minutes where we will go to look more like on innovation around marine protection. So we'll take one question here for all three panelists. Dr. Red, Seba here, and Joshua online. Any question?
Thanks for all speakers. My name is Yusuf from WCS. I am really interested on the last presenter as well, on the question where they provided some assessment of the cases that they were able to go through the judiciary system that they have. And if possible, maybe he can share with us a small experience, what made it successful to say we have 3 cases of the infractions and all of these cases were passed. It was not on the list of the failed cases. So.
Thank you. Joshua, did you hear the question?
Yes, I think I got the question right. Just to confirm, is that how we went about to ensure that the exchange is successful?
No, how would you manage 3 of your cases this year have been successful, so what is the secret?
Oh, okay. The arrest cases, yeah?
Yes.
Oh, all right, thank you very much. So, first of all, we've invested a lot in creating awareness in educating the local communities or the fisher communities on various or on sustainable practices. And we've spent close to 10 years just creating awareness, increasing or building the developing capacity. And so that is embedded in their daily routines. They know that they know the regulations that are put in place. They are guided by the BMU bylaws. So it is a question of whether they know they're doing the right thing or not. And we have a very, very clear law or guidelines under the law that if you're caught, maybe the first time, you will be let go with a warning. And if it's the second time, then there's a measure that will be taken against you, be it a fine or your car is confiscated, your gears as well. And then the third time, if you're caught with the same mistake, then the law has to take its course. And so that is what has really made it a success.
Thank you, Joshua. Michael, is anyone online? Is there a question online? Okay, I have a question. So I think we've heard from Blue Ventures, we've heard for WCS, and we've heard from you, Joshua. One thing I've always very fascinated, particularly in international development, is like each of organizations, they do incredible work. So there's a lot of work going on individual by individual organization. Some of the things could be scalable, some of the things could be replicable, but what was some of the challenge of like exchange, collaboration, and sharing between organization, between organization, but also between organization and government? What do you see are the kind of barrier or challenges, like bring this thing together? Because people tend to be, everyone works on their own, but everyone is doing good things on their own, but there's no shared of this experience, shared of the best practice, shared of the, some things you're good doing better than others. So maybe we'll start with Seth. What do you think are the challenges?
Thank you very much, Martin. Yes, that's one of the problems that as organizations we are discussing a lot. And so I'll go, for example, with data sharing, for example. The difference, for example, with the countries in terms of regional levels is difference in policies. That's what trying to find harmonization around that. But also, for example, we always talk about how can we have maybe harmonized data collection tools and everything. But we, as technicals, we understand that fisheries is very broad, especially in management, and it has millions of aspects to look at. So, and these tools are customized specifically into what you want to look at. For example, WCS maybe might be interested in maybe research part, trying to understand maybe shark and rays. And then it's still fisheries and conservation. But even the same management, maybe Blue Ventures is more interested in maybe aspects of catch, aspects of, even within catch, what are you trying to look at within catch? Are you trying maybe to find catch per unit effort? Are you trying to find, and these tools can't capture everything. So there is also that difference in what we're actually trying to find out. If we are different, we can only harmonize methods, but we can't really harmonize the tools, the content itself, because we're basically just very specific. But in terms of regional, there is this, as I said, policies, difference in policies, but also, right now, to be honest, right now, the organizations are really trying to come together. I've been privileged to be in different rooms with different organizations, right now trying to find ways in which we can come together more, but also this lack of understanding maybe what is my neighbor is doing. This leads to duplication of work. For example, we have these ecological hotspots in the mainland, like Kilwa, or these islands like Songo Mafia Island, where everybody is just trying to go there, and everybody is trying to impress their donors. Everybody is just trying to do work. And unfortunately, with community members, unfortunately, if maybe WWF was coming today and has conducted maybe training on maybe IU, I come tomorrow not knowing what is going on, because there is that disconnection between the government, who are supposed to actually coordinate us through their fisheries officers, who would have said, okay, this has already been ticked off by WWF. You can't come and do this same. What do you want to do? I mean, what are the things that you can try to do? Everything is quiet. Something that has been taught yesterday, I'm going there as Blue Ventures, deliver the same thing to the same community members, and of course, they probably also get allowances, travel allowances, so they can't really say, oh, this has already been done, let's do something else. So there is that, disconnection between the three pillars that I personally believe as pillars for co-management, the government, us as NGOs, and community members. There is that lack of smooth communication.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Seba. Dr. Red, what's your take? And then we'll go for a break.
Good morning. Thanks again. Thought I'd try to put my video on just for a change. I don't know if it's going to work. Yeah, thank you for that response. I was actually I have to agree with pretty much everything I just heard in that last response. I think also, though, a lot of the lack of coordination between different organizations is not, it's driven by technical problems. It's not driven by a lack of willingness to cooperate. In my opinion, I think particularly NGOs seem to be quite happy to work together. I've had pretty good experiences working with NGOs in East Africa, for example, WWF and Blue Ventures, where we have had some sort of a common interest in one topic in one country. There has never really been disagreement or an obvious lack of interest in partnering or collaborating. I think often the issue comes in terms of maybe there's not enough finances to turn your meeting into a regional meeting, or there's not enough finances to invite and cover the costs of representatives from 10 or 15 different organizations, and you can only afford to invite 5 or 6, and in that way you limit the scope of who you can collaborate with. But I think if those technical issues like different fisheries and different regulations aside, if there are gaps in terms of correspondence and collaboration, I think those things can actually be relatively easily overcome. The challenges do come in a lack of harmonization of fishery measures and different fisheries that operate in entirely different ways. And so those aspects are always going to be challenging. But I think there's a general interest there, and as marine conservation in general builds momentum, there is more and more interest, and there's more and more understanding that we need to collaborate. And I think even in years gone by, governments were notoriously blamed for not being open to collaboration or not being interested in taking support. But I think government interest and government willingness is also improving a lot, and we can see that through the number of multinational programs and platforms, etc., that are being developed at the moment. So I think we are moving in the right direction. We're not there yet, but we are definitely moving in the right direction. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I think this is probably one of those platforms that we can use. The idea for us was to come together, to network, establish connection, continue talking about the work that we're doing, and hopefully there's something will come out and then we can continue working together. We'll take a very short break because we are quite really behind the time. So if we can spend 10 minutes for, I'll say, late breakfast, and then we'll come back. We have another session, and then hopefully we'll try to finish as much on time as we can. Yes. So for the people online, we'll be back in 10 minutes. And thanks to our panel. Thanks, thanks Eva. Thanks, Dr. Wright, and also Joshua. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, can we restart? Hi everyone. If we can restart. We also have a very nice lunch waiting for us, so the longer we wait, the lunch will also wait. All right, so we are in our, in terms of the speakers, so this is our last, is the panel, it's not a panel actually, it's a presentation. So here we wanted to look on how different organizations engage with young people, engage with the community, both are tech-driven or innovation around marine protection. So, to kick off this session, we've got 4 speakers. 2 are here and 2 are in Kenya. The first speaker will be Leah Manye. She's the Assistant Program Manager for the Olive Library Project in Kenya, where she leads innovation sea turtle conservation efforts with a degree in marine biology from University of San Carlo and certification in project management, scuba diving and drone piloting. Leah combined research with technology to monitor turtle population. Her pioneer use of photo ID, diving and drone techniques has advanced species health tracking in Kenya. She's also passionate about community engagement and tech-driven conservation. Leah empowers indigenous communities while protecting endangered marine life. Leah, she's online. Leah, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. I can hear you.
Yeah, thanks, Leah. The next speaker is Teresa Jahangir. Please, Teresa, correct me. She's a marine and environmental conservation with MS in aquaculture from Ghent University in Belgium, known for her leadership in community-based conservation in Kenya. She has played a key role in establishing the Kinyika local managed marine area, initiating marine surveillance program, and conducting sea turtle monitoring. Teresa is passionate about amplifying local voices through storytelling and conservation networking, using platform to inspire global ocean action and protect coastal ecosystem. Teresa, can you hear us?
Yes, loud and clear, Martin. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's Jahangir. You're right.
Jahangir, so. Another speaker is from here, in this room, is Elias David. He's also a marine scientist and founder of Sustainable Ocean Alliance Tanzania, SOAS Tanzania. a youth-led organization advancing coastal restoration and blue economic solutions. He also serves as a marine conservation warden with Tanzania Marine Parks and Reserve Unit, and coordinates the Western Indian Ocean Area Career Scientist Network. ALS leads initiatives in mangrove and seagrass restoration, fisheries sustainability, and youth empowerment, including the Our Ocean Boot Camp. He's also recognized as a UN Ocean Decade Endos Project leader and a Regeneration Fellow. He is also champion of grassroots leadership and climate justice across Western Indian Ocean. Elias, please take a stage. Also, we have Edward Mlagala. He's committed environment conservation and co-management program officer focused on strengthening community participation in marine conservation and coastal resource governance, with a diploma in environmental and coastal resource management from THETA and ongoing study in natural resource assessment and management. Edward brings both technical expertise and grassroots experience. His background includes 4 years as a quality controller on fishing vessels and active engagement with beach management units, where he supports local-driven conservation and sustainable fishing practice that fosters resilience in coastal ecosystem. So may I just ask if you can go, because we're quite interested to see what your organization is doing. We've got, as I say, we are a bit behind the time. So if you can spend just 5 minutes per your presentation, and then that will allow us to have quite engaged and much more interacting session after. So Leah, if you can present from your end, that's fine. But if there's a technical issue, we've got your presentation. Please kick us off in innovation in marine protection.
Thank you. If they can project from your side, I will appreciate.
Right. Let me get this.
Hello. Are you able to project from your side? Is it visible?
Yes, we can see it, Leah. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me? All right.
Yes, we can.
Okay, sure.
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Martin, and thank you for the organizers and for everyone who's attending this roundtable conversation. My name is Leah Mainye, and I'm from Kenya, and I work with the Olive Ridley Project here in Kenya. And firstly, I'm going to take you through the areas that how we have used tech or innovation to identify IUUF issues, and also the approaches that we've taken as an organization, and also some of the successes that we've had, and we are continuing with them. But firstly, allow me to introduce the organization. Olive Ridley Project Global is on a mission to protect sea turtles and their habitats. This is from underwater all the way to the nesting habitats. And we are a registered charity in the United Kingdom, but operating in 5 other countries, Maldives and Kenya as an NGO, and we have Oman, Pakistan, and Seychelles. With the core mission of the Olive Ridley Project is rescue and rehabilitation, scientific research, and education and outreach programs. But in Kenya, we established ourselves here in Diani, south coast of Kenya, in 2018, and our bases are in Diani, and our core areas are scientific research and education and outreach. And how we started the program here in 2018 is through the sea turtle monitoring, as mentioned before from the introduction of myself. We are one of the pioneer organizations that started the use of photo ID in Kenya, and we have one of the largest database as of now. We are using photo ID as a tech by scuba diving and using of cameras underwater photographing turtles. And so far we know that turtles have unique facial scales. You can differentiate turtles based on the facial scales that they have. And we have documented more than 1,000 sea turtles here in Diani alone, more than 700 green turtles and more than 80 hawksbills. And through this tech of photo ID, we are able to understand the biogeography of sea turtles in the area. We are also able to assess their population on the ecological part of it. And we are able also to identify threats to sea turtles. That's from entanglement in fishing nets and other ghost nets that are found in the ocean. And also we are able to document the health status of sea turtles. We are also able to use the sea turtle monitoring photo ID tech part of it to advise into conservation measures. The last 3 years, we've been able to advance our tech programs into using of drone surveys. Reason we brought in drone surveys is because we're able to go or get data from areas that we normally don't get during scuba diving. And this is usually the reef zones where there's so much waves and currents and we cannot be able to dive there or snorkel. And also during the high tide during the high tide time, we are able to use our drones to be able to see where these sea turtles are feeding, because we understand the area that we are diving in, it's more on corals, hard corals and soft corals. And we wanted to understand where do we see these sea turtles and what kind of activity is taking place there in terms of fishing and tourism. As you all know that Diani is a touristic center. So we wanted to combine all this information and be able to advise and use the best methods in terms of regulating the illegal touristic activities taking place and any illegal fishing activities. One thing also we go into when we do our community outreach is doing the education programs. This is advancing our programs very well because we get to attend or organize events such as the famous Diani Sea Turtle Festival, where we get to share the information or the information that we have at hand, and also to bring in other groups so that they can also network and be able to share to other community members as well as schools. This is a school activity where we get the students to understand issues surrounding sea turtle conservation and marine conservation in general. We have workshops where we engage different youth groups and also attend others just like this one. And we also have internships where we get to introduce fresh students from university to our work, so they do get scuba diving certifications. And using these, they can be able also to replicate this study to other areas if they get a chance to get absorbed in other organizations. We also have university students. This one is very essential, I would say, because we get to, since the students don't get to go out diving as an intern or as a staff member, they use this data we provide them free access to the data that we have, so they can also write up their thesis projects. And we have a student who is publishing his work on drone surveys that we in collaboration with the Technical University of Mombasa. And we also have another student also is going to use the same data in terms of relaying more information to other people and areas where we couldn't as an organization get to. We also have online learning materials where you can sign up and be able to understand more about sea turtle conservation at large and science and conservation medicine as involved. From the project, from the tech that we have, from that's photo ID and from the drone surveys, we realized that we needed much more from the community, because this is what we feel like that our target group was going to be the community, and we wanted this program to be a community-led initiative. So back in 2022, we started a pilot study with the 9 beach management units in Kwale. And one way was, one of the questions was for us to understand how much they understand about sea turtles and marine conservation, but particularly we wanted to center our conversation on sea turtles. Fact being that we have already seen a lot of groups working on sea turtle conservation, mostly nesting, and we wanted to understand how much does the community understand about the life cycle of a turtle, that apart from the nesting part of it, that's from the juvenile, where do they live, how do they feed. And with this, we wanted to foster positive attitudes towards their marine conservation initiatives. And one way was to get these groups have nominate themselves, have self-nominated members who are going to engage in the workshops and in the training that we are going to give them. And also, at the end of it, we wanted to help in facilitating a peer-to-peer learning, a community-led conservation initiative. And also, we wanted to bridge some gap that was already mentioned from the community in terms of the relevant authorities and also the community members. We realized there was fear and mistrust between different groups, and we wanted to allow that conversation to take place from the community setup. And also we wanted to ensure that the women were engaged more also in these programs, and as well as the youths. And with that, it gave birth to a program we call the City Ambassador Program, or Balozi Wakasa in Swahili. And this started with us having, from that pilot study, we got the members together. We developed materials that they helped to the communities. We also conducted a training with the fishermen, who are the self-selected members. And we did some feedback recap, and we had like mini mock exams with them to understand how much they grasped the information that we're already relaying. And that year we certified around 65 members as Balozi Wakasa, and together with the Kenya Wildlife Service and some fisheries officers. And the following year, which was last year, we did another group. So the 9 groups that we started with 4 BMUs. And last year we went into the 5 BMUs, and together with the Balozis, or the ambassadors that we had from 2023, they were able to help us update materials depending on what people were requesting, on how difficult they saw it, or how difficult they were getting to understand the information that was in those booklets. And we worked with them on that journey to train other members. And last year, November, we also certified team of ambassadors. And as of now, we have around 120 sea turtle ambassadors that we're working with along the 50-kilometer stretch of the South Coast. And some of the successful events conducted their own community outreach programs. They're able to attend different, we facilitated them to attend different events so that they can also network and see how different groups are working in terms of conservation. And another major thing which was a milestone is that together we were able to release a documentary with these 4 BMUs that we were working with. And one of the BMUs was, they were able to do a video or a videoed educational material that was going to be used with other members. This is done in local language, and so that from the fisherman point, they don't get hurt, and also the turtle doesn't get hurt. We also have another group that was able to perform a skit, which was documented, and it's in the process, on the laws and policies that are governing the turtles as an endangered species, and also the legal gears that are being used in our waters. We had others who engaged in school activities and others in community initiatives. And this year, together with the communities, they were able to request that they wanted to start collecting data on bycatch, and also the spotting the illegal part of it that is taking place in their area, so that they can use that data in terms of educating others as well. So we have community members who are recording data in terms of their outreach programs and as well as their bycatch. So they will always have a conversation with their fishermen, fellow fishermen, and they can be able to record bycatch that was their bycatch that they caught and also the gears that we're using, so they can be able also to advise them on which is best or what best way to go about that conversation, because we always understand it's a bit of sensitive in a way, but then we're getting the information that we thought we required. We also have them teach other students and other organizations when it comes to festivals like the Diani Sitato Festival and the Zero Classic Festival. We have these communities members come in and feel the need that they're already owning the program as the program was intended to be. And from that conversation, there are so many questions, and I know even most of you are asking yourselves, why are we protecting sea turtles, and why is there a need for them to be protected? These species are keystone species. They are very important to the food web and to the chain in the marine ecosystem. Using these are the lawnmowers of the ocean. They're keeping the system and the seagrass healthy. We have the hawksbills that are feeding on sponges that are fast growing on slow growing corals. So they keep the coral reefs healthy. We have the hawksbills that feed on jellyfish. The leatherback that is feeding on jellyfish, and we know that there are too many jellyfish also. The jellyfish feed on fish eggs, so the fish stocks are kept in check when we have also the leatherback. And this is the reason as to why we are having a focus on sea turtles and getting that foundation on the community level aspect. It's going to help us in tackling any unregulated or any illegal fishing activity that is taking place. And out of all the studies that we've done and out of the research that we are still conducting, we've realized that bycatch is the biggest threat, as well with other supporting other researchers who have done the same. Bycatch is one of the most threat to sea turtles. This is either from the nets that are being used, be it unregulated nets, the illegal nets, or legal ones. It's how they're being set, where they're set, and how the areas they're being set. And also we have the type of, like, for example, the hooks that are being used, and also the trolling effects that is taking place. You can able to tell areas that we can assist the government or the management in terms of identifying areas that you cannot set certain gears and which gears can be used in that zone. As much as the bycatch doesn't really affect turtles only, it does affect other marine megafauna and other marine species, even fish as well, in terms of the mesh size that they're using. And there are different bycatch mitigation measures that can be used to address the issue. One is the inclusion of TEDs, the turtle excluded devices, which we know is quite expensive but can be manageable. We also have the changing of J hooks to C hooks, because the C hooks, the J gets to, the turtle can always spit the C hook out. And also the mesh sizes, getting the fishermen to understand which mesh size affect turtles or marine megafauna. And also the issue of being the fishermen understanding that how you set your nets does have an impact into the marine ecosystem. Loosely set nets or carved nets always have high impact in terms of bycatch, also even impacts to the corals. So we advise the fishermen to make sure that their nets are set straight and to the level that they've already been advised. And another thing is which is an innovative technique, is the use of LED lights to reduce number of bycatch, mostly on sea turtles. And this is an initiative that ORP we have taken into consideration, and we started this year. We are currently working with fishing communities in the Diani Chale Marine Reserve to be able to see, when they have the lights on, how much bycatch do they get, and how much of their catch, daily catch, in terms of kilos, do they have? Does it have an impact on their catch and an impact to the turtles that are being caught or other marine species? And that's a conversation that we've started with them. We already started. but I'm taking you a little bit here so that you can understand how much the ghost fishing circle affects the marine ecosystem at large. You can see how if the fisherman is not aware of the nets, where the nets were lost, and this is one thing we always advise fishermen to do, is once you've lost your net, please make sure that you involve other members or inform people so that they can be on a lookout. If you have one which is stuck on the corals, please advise us as divers. We can always come and help you release it and entangle it safely without affecting. And we realize that the more we keep losing these nets, then that's why we have ghost nets, the more they keep having a very negative impact to the marine ecosystem, and also as well as to the marine megafauna as well. And so this picture is just to bring you to the topic, or to have that clear picture of what does happen in the ocean, as much as sometimes we do talk about it, but we cannot relate it well compared to what a fisherman will always tell you, I lost it, this is what it does. But sometimes it's where it got lost, it's where we always get lost as well. And this picture is an illustration of what does happen in the ocean when we have a net that is being left out there, which is not reported and which is not monitored. And a question that if it was a sitting session where I could be present, was who is more endangered? Is it a fisherman or sea turtles or marine megafauna? And the answer is both of them are endangered. And this is where most of us get it wrong, because from the community perspective, is as organizations, as researchers, as scientists, we always tend to look into the species level and forget that even them, they are being affected in some way or another, be it on their catch rates, but also to their nets as well, and also to their own safety. And what we are doing as an organization is making sure that these fishermen understand that their safety also comes first, as much as the species safety comes along with it, and their nets. They also have to understand how to go about that process of disentangling, process of setting up, and that's why we have the Sea Turtle Ambassador program to help us get the information out to other members. And the current status, which are our successes, is that we already have an established peer-to-peer. Sorry?
Yeah. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. Can I kindly ask you to wrap up, so because in terms of time, but thank you.
Yes, I'm done. This is my last my last PowerPoint. So this is just to give you an overview of what we have achieved as an organization. We already have groups registering. We have bycatch study mitigation process taking place. And above all, we have the collaborations aspect of it, where we have the Kwale County Government, Kenya Wildlife Service, the Wildlife Research Institute and Training Institute, helping us in this study of the use of LED lights as of now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Thank you very much. We would love to hear more about it. Because of the interest of time, we'll have a bit more on the question time. Teresa, would you like to take from there?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Teresa Jahangir. I'm from Kenya. I work for Lamu Marine Conservation Trust as a program manager. And Lamu Marine Conservation Trust is based in Lamu, and we work to protect sea turtles. That's our pioneered program, started 30 years ago. And now we are working towards fisheries, safeguarding fisheries with the 10 BMUs. Thank you so much, Martin, for this opportunity. And I will walk you a story on innovation, how small-scale fishers, when trusted and supported, are at the innovative stage to protect their ocean and secure their future. Sorry, one moment. There's a story of Jafar. It is during sunset, and he's looking at the horizon with a fishing net holding, and he's asking himself when his next catch will be, because the place that is known for good fishing and catch is called Kinyika. The LMMA that we are currently protecting is now under pressure because of illegal fishing. And we know that every illegal net that is cast is not just stealing fish, but it's stealing livelihood, cultures, and future. And he's asking himself how he's going to feed his kids and how his generation is going to be looking like. So this story started, and we started in a small conversation where these communities came together and meet us in the office and asking us questions. How are we going to safeguard this future? Because there is high influx of migrant fishers, and also the locals are using illegal gears. And we didn't have technology during that time as innovation, this topic looks like. We started with small conversations, and this conversation brought us the idea of who are these people that are fishing Kinyika and in this space called Lamu Bay, JCMA, which has recently been legalized by the government for marine and conservation jointly. So starting slowly, we went to the broader community where Jafar, the fisherman, asked, can we have the collective voices so that we can hear if other people are also experiencing the same as I'm experiencing, because my catch has really gone down. So we went to every village, and our work was just to listen. So the innovation here we use is the power of listening. We listened to every voice, and the voices were all the same. What they were asking, so you're talking about conservation. We know about conservation, but we don't know how. We don't know the way to go, how to implement it. We lack good leadership and direction. We don't know how our actions affect our livelihood. We feel unheard and disconnected from decision making. How do we go about this conservation? And from this activity, when we mapped out these villages, and these villages are represented in this map. Looking at this map is not just a map, but these are the voices of people from 10 villages. And the purple boundary here is the Lamu Bay JCMA. JCMA is Joint Co-Management Areas. This one is not a new terminology because of East African regional. We are all using BMUs. These are 10 BMUs, and the Zinyika is here, is embedded inside the Lamu Bay JCMA that is legally recognized by the government for protection. So as you know, IUUF undermines conservation efforts, and the questions that we asked from this, we were asking this question, it was a trade-off. We want to start conversation, we want to start protecting Zinyika or the Lamu Bay JCMA, but how do we start it? We said, let's start gather information, and gathering information started with asking right questions. From this cartoon, you can see this old man is asking a wrong question. Look, I did not bring you here for questioning. I know, I want you to know, I want to know if you like my new tie. So the guy's eyes, like, this guy is looking at me, leaning down on my table, and guy is asking this question. So we went asking right questions, and the right questions brought us to an idea on the pillars. These pillars have also been mentioned by so many speakers, which is so remarkable. And this is the journey that we took. So we thought the first thing that we listened from them, because they said we lack transparency, we have financial issues, we have conflicts, we have mistrust. We know if the BMUs are not strengthened, the governance are not strengthened, even innovations like data-driven solutions are impossible to make. So we started strengthening their governance. And governance strengthening is about leadership, and leadership about financial management. And we know that if we improve financial management for BMUs, the BMUs are able to take their mandate role on fisheries management, like financing their own patrols and doing fisheries management and improving their livelihood. Yeah, so that was the first thing we took for changing Jafari's life. Then we went together concurrently, training them on importance of data. And this data was, there was a remarkable community voice that said data has been collected for so many years. So many organizations have come collecting data, but we've never known what is the use of this data until now, because what we've done differently is that we have a dashboard. The data is collected digitally through Kobo, and it is coming centrally and visualized in the dashboard. And what we do, we work together with the community to analyze this data and make it a layman's language and give feedback to the community. So what was lacking to the community was feedback. And they are able now to understand this data, how it affects their decisions that they're doing every day with their catches. The complaint about IUUF cannot be handled alone through technical workshops, but also celebrations. Like we have a celebration at Bahari Yetu Festival. We have our annual Bahari Yetu Festival, and now we have Uvuvi Day as a side event. Uvuvi Day brings together all the fishers from the Lamu Bay JSMA and also some fishers from the east. And here is just to celebrate the milestone that the fishers have been able to achieve, and also reflecting back. If you can see here, these are very old men. Here they were reflecting about the ocean way back when they were young, and now where the ocean is going. So these are platforms where such issues like IUU can be discussed, and the communities can also know that this is not a localized issue, it's a regional issue, because this platform has attracted so many policymakers, including the Cabinet Secretary of Economy. And to enforce the thing, there is a lot of strengthening on community patrols, and because we have this challenge. So Kinyika LMMA will take time for it to have an operational plan. And as it takes time, the place is getting more distracted, and communities themselves say there's a way they can use a multi-agents patrol to do enforcement, and enforcement can be two ways. We are using mostly the soft enforcement because we believe that as a CBO, that one protects the trust that we have with the community. So there's a lot of soft surveillance doing right now. We've not started the hard surveillance, and we hope that with this little effort that we are doing, we are going to is going to add up to the regional East Africa, changing the tide that we're working today. So in this conversation on enforcement, and when we bring together all these fishers in a platform like an exchange visit that we had recently with Kwale BMU Network and also with Kilifi fishers. And this question that came up all the time is, je, kunayo dawa ya Wapemba? Je, kunayo dawa ya Wapemba? Because this is the issue that really hurts the fishers in Lamu, because Lamu, as you know, the northern banks here, it is productive. We have a lot of fish, but now whatever is happening is that there's some industrial fishing happening in our territorial waters, and we have witnessed ourselves taking these people out through advocacy, and also it has been a physical thing with the Shela BMU. So this question really needs to be answered today, and I think it's a conversation that is very interesting to hear also. There's also a say that they were saying we were saying with them in this conversation about setting up Kinyika. There is a say that says mbuzi asife na simba asilale njaa. So the goat should not die, and the lion should not go hungry. So it's a trade-off, as we have said already. So it's a big challenge, and IUUF is one of our challenges that we go through as an organization. So innovation, in summary, and changing the tide is that data is in the hands of communities and is forming decisions. So how do we collaborate in making sure that communities are in the forefront giving their data, and we are not putting a lot of pressure to them in data collection, and ensure that the BMU's governance are also strengthened to increase transparency and be able to do advocacy. And looking ahead, our future plans are to do more closures to allow fish stocks to recover and to have a community-led pathway for long sustainability and regional collaboration to scale solutions beyond Lamu. Thank you very much, and I will take questions from here. Thank you.
Thanks, Teresa. Thank you very much. We'll have a question after the two presenter, and then now I would like to invite Edward.
Yes, good afternoon. Yes, my name is Edward. I am a co-management program officer from Mwambao Coastal Community Network, Tanzania. And I'll be presenting on 3 key issues that we have been requested to present. I'm going to explain about who is Mwambao and what are we doing. Go to the next slide, please. Yes, Mwambao is working. Go to another slide. Yes, Mwambao is working in different geographies, as we see in Unguja, Pemba, and in the coast of Tanga region. We have those areas with shadows, the area that we are working with. We are dealing with the community directly. We support them and then they act. Can you go to another slide, please? And what are we doing as Mwambao? We have 4 pillars that we're dealing with. As you see there, we have governance. We are doing governance context and build capacity of the community. And we are dealing with the resource management, as you see there, as well as we initiate some incentive schemes to community, and then we are doing networking. Here I'm going to say a little on resource management. We have several activities that we are doing there, and today I want to say about the catch monitoring. Catch monitoring and in water biodiversity monitoring. In our geographies there, we are doing restorations. And before doing it, we are doing like in water biodiversity monitoring by surveying the area and see how the area look like by the time. And we observe that many areas have been disrupted, and the thing that was mostly destroying it, we observed that it was a blast fishing. Can you go to another slide, please? Another one. Next. Okay, so after knowing that blast fishing was a dangerous practice, Mwambao, in partnership with Heshim Bahari and WWF, entered into agreement to implement 1 year dynamite blast monitoring in 6 villages in coast of Tanga region. Can you go on? Yes, and those are the villages that we were doing blast fishing monitoring from the northern part to Ushongo, the southern part of Tanga region. And we were using, when we started, we used Kobo to collect those data. But later on, there was like, our partners wanted to have a dashboard that will be like on time. When the recorder recording the data we want to see them on the real time that they are recording it. Go to next. What we record on that blast fishing monitoring, since this process was done by the communities, so it was not good to put a lot of issues. It will be difficult for communities to handle it. So we just put few things that will catch what we want. And it was like he's recording a location where he is, time and date, and number of blasts on time. Then he record if he just hear it or see it. Then he records a location where the blast coming from, and if he see the blast on that time, he has to say was it done by the vessel or just divers. And then the last issue to record is the time that of the blast. Yes, this is the data that have been collected from February to June. And these are the villages that we were doing, they were collecting this data. Go to previous, please. As we see there, from February and March, the blasts were so many in those villages, and Mwalongo was the having a great number. But from April to June, I think it was in March, there was a patrol from the military happening. By the time we are doing this, nobody was noticing that we are collecting these data. So after the patrol, we continue to record, and we see like the number dropped. As you see in April, May, and June, we only record 3 blasts from Mwambani. So this blast monitoring, we intend to link with the government so that they can see their efforts and the trends. Can you move another slide? And this is how the map shows us that Mwalongo is the area that have been destroyed much with blast fishing. Move another slide. Yes, and we have been asked requested to say how the blast fishing monitoring address IUUF. And we saw that like by having this monitoring, we detect, it will help in detecting and preventing illegal practice. By knowing when and where it occurs, it will be easy for us, for the like government and other stakeholders to prevent these practices. And also, when offenders notice that their action has been tracked and reported, they're afraid of being like they are afraid of the action that is going to be taken by to them. And also the information gathered is shared with authorities like fisheries officers or enforcement to enable them for enforcement actions. But also this improved reporting and data collection. By generating systematic record and incidents, hotspots and trends. This system, it allows us to have a system that record incidents and knowing the hotspots and the trends of the operations. Also, this ensures cases don't go unreported. By doing this monitoring, we have data on where this blast happened. Can you go to the next slide, please? Also, strengthening community involvements. We are doing this, while we're doing this, the local BMUs and communities are often involved in patrol and monitoring. We are using, like our presenter says, we have a program known as Smart Tool. It's a software that we are using to collect patrol data. In Unguja and Pemba, it is been done by the high level, but in mainland, Mwambao started by supporting communities in doing these patrols and report it through the software. And also supporting regulation and policy enforcement. This collected evidence can be used to influence local bylaws, district regulations, and national enforcement strategies. As well as monitoring data will help decision makers to allocate resources where they are most needed. But also it's restoring marine ecosystem. By doing this monitoring, it will reduce blast fishing through enforcement by reducing blast fishing through monitoring and enforcement, habitats such as coral reef will recover. And also, health ecosystem provides sustainable fish stock, reducing dependence on IUU practices. Next slide, please. Yes, and we were requested to say on how blast fishing monitoring engage youth or community. As we know, this exercise was very confidential. We just not want to show the names of the data recorders, since when they are noticed, it will cause conflict with the fishers and other beneficiaries. No, can you go back? As you see there, most of the data recorders were youth, like below 35 years of age. Only 2 was above 35. And we also include a female on this process. So the process was like we select people from the community who will be able to collect data through those softwares. Thank you. Next. We have also requested to say what lesson learned on those on that exercise. We see like community engagement is very, very important, since they provide essential intelligence and trust that strengthening the monitoring network. Without involvement, reporting will be very, very minimal. I think that they know where the fishers are doing those practices. So by involving them, you will get to know more issues on the blast fishing Also, technology improves accuracy and credibility. The special designed application enhanced the real-time reporting, standardized data collection, and provided reliable georeferenced evidence on blast fishing incidences. This improved the credibility of reports shared with authority and partners. Number 3, we said collaboration strengthening enforcement. Partnership with USAID Shimbahari, WWF Tanzania, and the governance improves coordination. Also, data-driven advocacy is powerful. Collected information provided concrete evidence to inform authorities, influence police, and prioritize hotspots for patrols. And also, food security and livelihood are at stake. We have learned that communities understand that blast fishing not only destroys marine habitats, but also undermines long-term fish stock and food security. Linking monitoring to community welfare increase ownership. So even if like Mwambao and other institutes are not there, they feel like they own the resources, and they will start acting on those who are doing IUUF. Can you go to, yes. Oh. Yes, this is the last one. The future plan on this blast fishing was to strengthen the monitoring network by expanding community-based monitoring beyond the 6 current locations, and we want to expand to another geographies that you are working with. Also, integrate monitoring efforts into existing BMU and CFMA structure for long-term sustainability. Also, we intend to enhance technology use. We upgrade the scale up the blast fishing monitoring application to improve reporting efficiency and data sharing. But also, we want to integrate with the smart patrol system. These data that we're collecting, we want to integrate it with the smart patrol to streamline information flow from the sea to the authority. We also plan to build enforcement linkage by strengthening partnership with the marine police, fisheries departments, local government, and ensure that collected data lead us to timely enforcement action. Can you go to the last? Yes. Also, our plan is to conduct community empowerment and awareness, as we're doing now, but we want to continue training BMUs, village leaders, and local officials on monitoring incidents reporting and ecological impact on blast fishing and other illegal fishing. Also, conduct community awareness campaign linking blast fishing impact to livelihood, food security, and marine conservation. But also police and advocates by using monitoring data as evidence to influence district, national, and the regional fisheries managers' policies, and share the lesson learned with partners like WWF, Shimbahari, and the government stakeholders to strengthen collective actions. The last one is we plan to sustainability and resource mobilization by seeking long-term funds, funding partnership to maintain monitoring activities beyond donor-supported projects and explore integration of monitoring costs in district council budget and community managed funds. As we see, the exercise was funded by Heshimbari under USAID, and after they were out, the exercise was ended there on June. So we seek for those. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And then our last speaker for today is Iris, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you. So my name is Ilas David. I am a marine scientist. I'm the founder and hub leader for a national hub of Sustainable Ocean Alliance in Tanzania, but I also work with the Minister of Livestock and Fisheries as a Marine Conservation Warden in Mafia Island MPA, and also the current country coordinator for the Western Indian Ocean Area Career Scientist Network. So today I'm going to tell you all about what we do within Sustainable Ocean Alliance Tanzania. So a very quick introduction of who we are and what we do. We are a national hub or a national chapter. This organization is an international, we can go back to the first slide. It's an international organization. It's founded by a very young person known as Daniela Fernandez, based in USA. So we are present in more than 82 countries worldwide, and in Tanzania, we have SOA Tanzania, the one I'm leading, and we also have one in Zanzibar. So our main goal concerning SOA Tanzania, we are looking to empower youth and the local coastal communities, mainly to restore the health and sustainability of our ocean. You can go to the next slide. All right, so we are a youth-led NGO and a national hub of Sustainable Ocean Alliance. And our main goal, as I said, we empower young people in local coastal communities to restore health and sustainability of our ocean. So it's generally a network of young people in Tanzania working to restore ocean health and sustainability. You can go to the next slide. So I just want to give you a round of impacts that we have accomplished since we started in 2020. We have projects around ocean restoration in mangroves and seagrass. We have planted 42,500 mangrove trees in 5,000 hectares, mainly in Bagamoyo areas where we have adapted. And we have a seagrass restoration project where we are trying to restore and monitor seagrass in the whole of Tanzania, coastal line. And we also have projects around plastic pollutions and blue economy and innovations, which is our main subject of today. And as I say, we are a network of young people in Tanzania. So currently we have 695 young people, which is around 700 young people who are part of SOA Tanzania and ocean leaders within SOA Tanzania. You can go to the next slide. So our main approach in this, how we work generally, we are building a largest network of young ocean leaders and local coastal communities, and then we provide training and network and build an ocean ecosystem so that they can bring up their innovative solutions, projects, and ideas to the table, and even activism. So it's a large ecosystems between young people, and we are trying to give them the resources they need so that they can be able to implement the solutions and innovations that they have. The next slide. So this is one of our flagship program. It's called the Ocean Bootcamp. It's a training. It's an annual training program which we had since 2021, and we are going to have another one this year in 2025 around November. And it's mainly looking and focusing to give the capacity building among young people. We have young people in Tanzania have the ideas, have the innovations. They are holding their own startups. They have their own projects. They have a very bright mind. They have passion and the willingness to do and act. But capacity building is one of the crucial areas they need on how they can present their ideas, how they can attract funding and resources, and how they can go outside national to international levels. So this is a training program which provides them with the skills and knowledge so that they can know on how to interact and do what they do to the best way. At the moment, we have trained 182 since 2021 to 2024, and we are hoping to train 50 more this year around November. So this is the main subject of today. We have projects around blue economy and innovations, where young people bring innovative ideas that they have. Some of them are running startups, and some of them are running projects around ocean solutions and blue economy. And I also like to spotlight that within SOA, the SOA Global, we have a flagship program which is known as Ocean Entrepreneurship. They provide financial support to innovators and startups all over the world, and also they provide mentorship to these startups and innovators so that they can be able to scale their idea and be investment ready. So within country-wise, we are supporting young people with their own innovative ideas. Some of them are into value chain addition, like the seaweed, and some of them are into projects like the mangrove honey. Some of them are into technological innovations. So our main focus is to be able to provide the resources like mentorship and financial support to support these ideas and innovations so that they can be given a life, become live into action, and also make them investment ready, because in the SOA Global, we have this large network of investors and mentors. So how could they tap into that? Because in that level is a bit more competitive. So this is a space where we help them know how to build these economic innovations that will help fight the ocean crisis and challenges. The next slide. Yeah. Right, so the youth and innovation. So we are speaking about IUU and innovation. So I wanted to just spotlight the kind of innovations that young people in Tanzania are thinking of and building. And you agree with me with all the presentations that I've come across. Technological innovation is one of the most area that has been spotlighted and spoken about. So it's one of the innovations that young people are also dealing with. But also we have, within young people, we have a spirit of activism. Like how can we bring about policy enforcement? So all that young people have the spirit of activism within them. For instance, we have a campaigning against deep sea bed mining. So young people are coming up and voicing up on how we can fight and stop deep sea bed mining across our ocean. And there have been activisms around banning of bottom trawling. So all this can be also part of the actions that young people are taking place, aside from technological innovations. Next slide. So yeah, what kind of innovations that young people are working on? And beyond the technical parts, like digital monitoring tools and something like that. Yeah, and community surveillance, like drones, something like that, that can help in MCS patrolling. And also ocean literacy, activism, policy, and community science. Like even the previous speaker was speaking about the community science, about data sharing. Someone is outside there can be able to report. So we need some innovations like that young people are working on to build on community science database where people can really at any point report on incidents that they see. The next slide. So what generally young people are looking on in our innovations, we are looking for financial pipeline tailored for young people. Most of the financials that are currently on place, they are those which young people cannot really easily access because maybe they don't have 3 to 4 or 5 years annual audited financial documents or some documentation that they really need, because most of them are in their initial starting phase. And in the initial starting phase, there's a lot of things that they currently do not have even the experience of their, most of them are in their pilot stages. So we need more of the seed funding to support the ideas and innovations that young people are trying to bring to solve our oceans. And also we need networking, because we are, even here we have agreed, even between organizations, we need some sort of networking and collaboration. There's also something that young people within the innovative space, we also needed like to network among ourselves and collaborate between innovative solutions and ideas that we have. And the other one is the resource accessibility. We need access to resources, access to technological resources, access to mentorship, access to facilities that could be able to support the implementation of the work. The last slide. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Iris.
I think we've got to the end of our all the presentation of all speakers today. We've got time now to have actual conversation, and because of interest of time, I think let's try to keep as short as possible. So if you have got any question, any comment, we'll also go online. If we can spend maybe next 10 minutes just to have a conversation, and then we'll go for lunch. Yes. Should we go back there to the end? Aisha, can I have Bruce mic? Yeah, thank you. Kule, mwisho kabisa, kule. Mwisho kabisa, yes. Please try to keep as brief as possible, yeah. And yeah, our presenter online, thank you for sticking with us. Yes, we'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Isaac Mahiri from TCI, Tanzania Community Initiative. I would like to give my thanks to all presenters. I come to be aware of different approaches, and through your presentation, I got some new ideas. Thank you. Let me go direct to my question. I would like to ask Mr. David and Rhea from Kenya. I'd like to know, how is your association, local communities and government agencies working together to combat IUUF, and what gaps still need to be bridged? Thank you.
Thank you. Leah, should we start with you, and then we'll go to...
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. Thank you for that question. The working relationship, I will speak because it's broad, so I'll base it on where we are based, which is Kwale County. We are on the, as we know that the Diani Chale, the zone that we are, it's a gazetted marine protected, marine reserve, but not implemented. So right now, what we are doing as an organization is just setting the baseline into management plans. And we are working closely with the county government and the fisheries department in terms of providing data that we have and any information that we have. And with that, we hope that few years' time, a solution will be brought, will come along. And the gaps that I was speaking of, generally from our side, is the fact that there was some fear that the communities tend to have some fear in reporting the issues of, let's say, bycatch, for example, or illegal fishing operation that is taking place. And what we wanted to have as an organization is where we have a baseline or a team that is able to communicate directly, either to us or to the Kenya Wildlife Service or to the Kenya Fisheries when they see something happening without them having that fear of, I will be the one jailed or I'll be the one who is going to be in trouble. It's just that phase of creating that friendship and that trust between the organizations, the government, authorities, and the community itself.
Thanks, Leah. Yes, I think because of time, we might skip Edward, but let's, should we go there first and I'll come to you?
Yeah, thank you very much to all presenters from virtual.
Just to say, you can ask, we come to the session, so you can ask any session we've had, not just this guy, so any session we've had today.
Yeah, thank you. My question goes direct to this session, I mean session 3 of the panel. And I got 2 questions. The first question is to Idas. He just presented very well about how the youth in his organizations, how they're engaging in conservation. But also very interesting to know how he mentioned about activism, that the youth are quite very activist and they're doing this activism in conservation as well as in combating illegal activities. But I just wanted to know in details, how does this, how do you connect activism and combating illegal and unreported these fishing activities. Maybe you can explain in detail.
Yes.
And the next question to Edward from Mwambao. He presented about the intervention they are doing. In 2024, right? If not mistaken, you are doing this, some kind of monitoring on illegal fishing activities, including blast fishing, and you are taking records. And if not mistaken, it was between February to June, right? And there in between, there was military interventions. And the way I saw the data, then those incidences or cases on illegal fishing were going down, which is quite very, very important and good. But that one ended in June 2024. So my question is there any current status? Or you just stopped in June 2024? Or you just kept continuing monitoring? And I would like to know what is the incidence right now, if you have that one. Yeah. Thank you.
Should we start with Iris, and then we'll go to...
Thank you so much for the nice question. So I would like to answer the question, giving examples of the activism initiative among SOA. We have an activism around deep sea mining, as I say, one of it. Not going to very much into deeper how it's connected with the IU, but I want to show how activism is being practiced. So activism is just a way towards pushing for a certain thing to happen. And mainly, when you're speaking with IU, we need to have policies which will help us fight these IU activities, or actions which will help us fight this IU activity. So for instance, the campaign against deep sea mining is trying to make sure that governments all over the world ban deep sea mining. And in order to do this, young people are coming into place, giving out their voices. What do we want to see, and why should countries ban deep sea mining? We also have campaigns against High Seas Treaty ratification, why countries like Tanzania need to ratify the High Sea Treaty. So it's about raising voice, it's about raising awareness, it's about pushing for policy, it's about pushing for action. So even in the IUU, we could have young people could have activism around, for instance, banning of bottom trawling activities. That we want, this is a demand among young people. So for a young person, we normally have that put forward demand to the governments. These governments who are discussing or pushing for policies. So these are the actions that young people need to see. We need the ban of bottom trawling. So we need to push for certain policy to happen, and to push the agenda to take place in these important decision-making processes. And I also see activism around different policies, like the NDC is pushing, like governments are coming forward saying that we need to see this and this and this, but it's not really the reality. So activism is all about raising their voices, pushing for something, either an action or a policy to happen. So if we want to end IUU fishing practices, then young people, through our activism, we can raise voice on the impact of those things, making sure the community understand why we need to end this some sort of actions of IUU, and how could policy implementation or development could help on that, and we could be there making sure that we have those policies implemented and established.
Thanks, Iris. Edward.
Yeah. Thank you. On my side, as Mwambao, we were funded by Heshim Bari, yes, and it was under USAID. After they were out, we stopped the operations, but we are still fighting to get another fund to continue with the operations.
Thanks, Edward. Is anyone online? But if that, can I, okay, after you, I'll go to you, Sebas, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much.
If you can keep very brief, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Fortunatus, and I work for VSO Tanzania. I'm happy to be here today because I have learned a lot. Just a few submissions on what has presented today. First, to acknowledge the contribution of the government with good plans and strategies to make sure that we reduce IUUF. But also regarding activism and the youth engagement, I think it is very important to link their conservation initiative with livelihood, because they have also to live, not only to conserve, but also they have to live. In overfishing, my experience in our program we are implementing, we call it boosting the blue economy. We normally focus on advanced technology or innovations, which normally scare our people. So we read that it is important to promote our locally innovated solutions, to make sure that people, they own those kind of innovations and they're able to use those kind of innovations. But also in terms of resources, yes, we have limited resources, but if you have heard from all these stakeholders, we have enough resources, but we over-empower people. So the same group, one stakeholder empower them, next one. So we find ourselves, we are in the same place and investing in the same groups. So I think communications, coordination is very key, especially for last year we launched the blue economy policy, and it seeks to increase coordination in the blue economy sector. I think the government can help us as stakeholders to ensure that we are coordinated in order this kind of small resources we have, but we can make big impact. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Seba, Aisha, Seba comes up and then. Oh.
Yeah.
Anyway, you go and then Seba.
I think I have a very simple question to the person who is representing Mwambao. I just have, I don't know, it's a concern or something, because I'm just looking at the ground of collecting information from the blast using phone, because someone can just hear sound from somewhere and then record it. And I'm looking at the area, because the study was done in Tanga, and there's an area of a lot of cement production, and always there is a lot of blast. There is also a lot of constructions, there is a lot of blast. Now I don't know how did you disentangle the blast from those activities and also the blast from fishing, considering that there is also a study that was done with WWF, I think. They installed this sensor within the water, and then they're also getting the signals of the blast. Because I saw the data that you had, I think it's very high, like, I think 3 months or 4 months was like 116 total number of blasts. So I think it's better if you can compare with other sources to make sure that you can disentangle the blast that is caused by other activities and that is caused by the fishery. Because I think it's very good to do that, because if you hear just a sound from somewhere, because I don't think if someone is just there with the phone waiting for the blast to happen, maybe he's doing something and then you just hear the sound and they just go and enter that and they think maybe this blast is coming from somewhere. But sometimes also we do have echo, especially if you have something with large sound. I think something like that should be taken care of. Just a comment.
Okay, thank you. Edward, do you have anything to respond?
Yeah, thank you. As I said before, we select people who are very having experience on it from the community. They know the areas, and some of them knows even the fishers who are doing those illegal fishing. But we are taking your advice, and we are going to deal with it as you advise us.
Thank you. Should go to Seba eventually.
Thank you. My question is to Yusuf Salim from Zafiri. Yeah, last time we had a donor visit in Zanzibar, and we went specifically to Kizimkazi Dimbani. And one of the things that we noticed was the SFCs, that's Sheria Fisheries Committee, synonymous to BMUs here, did not have a direct link with the landing site. There was another person in charge for the landing site. My question is, because we know how important it is for SFCs to have direct data and direct link with the landing site for this, especially for IUU fishing, what's the plan for bridging this gap in between? Or, yeah, like, how accurate is this? And if it is, because if it's not, it means that we as stakeholders have to come in maybe in terms of policies, guidelines for BRCs, SFCs, to give them more power and legal backup. What's the plan as the government institute in bridging this gap for SFCs to have direct link with landing sites? Thanks.
We also have people from Blue Economic Zanzibar, which is also fisheries, one of them. If you wanted to add, please do.
Okay, thank you. I have one more question.
Oh, can we get the answer first from Yusuf? Sorry. Oh yeah, sorry. All the people from the Blue Economy in Zanzibar. Yes.
Thank you for your question. As you have said, Zanzibar, we do have a lot of landing sites, and we are collecting the data. We are monitoring catch data, but we are doing quite different with Tanzania mainland, for instance. The beach recorder for Zanzibar, they are government officials. Right. Currently, we are using governmental officials to collect catch monitoring on fisheries. But also we have a plan to engage a community, SFCs, to collect data directly to their areas. But currently, we are using a government official, but we have a plan to engage a SFC. It's similar to BMU here in Tanzania mainland.
Thank you. I'm being told there are people online. So anyone online? Edward, I think, is he still there? Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very interesting conversation, discussions, and I really want to say thank you to all the presenters so far since morning up to this point in time. Mine is very quickly in terms of emphasis on some aspects, especially there was mention of market-based approaches when it comes to addressing IUU fishing. I'm not quite so sure which organization was that, but I think it's quite commendable that we really need to advance that approach because there's power in terms of the market when it comes to influencing demand and supply, where we see that the market demands that seafood products are sourced from sustainable sources. And I think that can play a very big role. And if we can see how we can enhance this, I think that would be really great. We have seen some certification programs for the Nile perch in Lake Victoria. We have also seen some efforts in terms of fisheries improvement projects for small-scale fisheries in Eastern Africa, Kenya, Tanzania, Mozambique, and Madagascar. And I think we need to sustain those efforts in terms of market-based approaches, working together with the hotel industry, especially the high-end tourist hotels at the coast. I think it's important to raise that kind of an awareness. Secondly, is about regional efforts in terms of addressing IUU fishing. I know, Silas, you did mention about this, but I think it will also be very important to let the participants know that Tanzania as a country is playing a very big role in terms of addressing IUU from a regional perspective, and as part of the regional MCS coordination center efforts in Mozambique, as well as working very closely with IOC in terms of the IOC MCS center that is based in Mauritius. But of course, we are also aware of the countries like Reunion, which are really very much advanced in terms of innovative technologies aimed at addressing IUU fishing. I think the challenge that we have in our region is about the response. For instance, if we export some IUU fishing activities, I think we are handicapped in terms of response because of the technology, because of the tools. We are not able to give that kind of response. Lastly is blast fishing. I think this is quite very commendable. I think this has been a problem for quite a while in Tanzania, and I'm happy to note that this has drastically declined. However, it will be very important for us to really see the trends because perhaps we see the cyclic nature in terms of instances could be linked to patrols, but I think it might be very helpful for us to have a historical data which shows us some trends, and we should be able to highlight the operational factors that determine those trends, and then those areas will be the pitch point for us to really combat blast fishing in Tanzania and the region. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Edward. I think we might have to end there because of time. But I think for me, we've had the challenge, we've had the scope within the region and within in Tanzania. But not only the challenge, but also we've had a lot of things are happening on the ground. And there's a really good work organization are doing. The government is also doing, and the government institution also they're doing. The key question is, how do we take forward this conversation? Like, what happened next? And that question will be answered by Michael, please. Thank you. Thank you. Also, thank you very much, Iris and Edward. And thanks all the, Teresa, thank Leah, and thank you very much, Michael.
Asante sana, Janos. Thank you so very much. So we are behind time, but I would like to thank all of you for keeping up with the conversation from morning till now. It's been I would say it's been a full-packed day when it comes to conversations, knowledge sharing, and everything that has been going on. So, and this is what we intended in the first place. This is what we were aiming to have. To set the way forward, I think, Janos, Martin has started, giving us a direction where we are headed. So we do have 2 action points from this meeting, just to complement all the conversations that we've had, because the conversation we are revolving around enhanced regional collaborations, enhanced resource mobilization and harmonization of the resources across the regions, across the institutions, across the organizations. How do we, intensify youth engagement and engagement of all other groups that are being affected by illegal fishing and overall marine value chain and ecosystem? How do we enhance the overall public awareness? I was briefing the media during the break time, and you can sense that also the media, as part of the publics that we are targeting, needs a lot of knowledge, needs a lot of education about the marine conservation as a whole, the blue economy, and the discussion that we are having today, how to combat the IUU fishing. So, as I said, we do have 2 action points. The action point number 1 is this one. We have a pledge. We've prepared a special landing page where all of us can just sign in our pledges against illegal fishing. So yeah, I know from the conversations we are all committed to combating illegal fishing, but how do we show that in action? We do have a special landing page, and I would like to see all of you coming on the floor to scan, if you can do that. And from there you will see a whole landing page explaining about what is it all about. So we are signing this pledge at the organizational level and at the individual level to show our commitments towards combating illegal fishing. Can we do that quickly, if we can scan it? Yeah, it is also on the back of your program. But I wanted us to have a photo opportunity. So if we can come and scan it from here, it will be great for us. Karibuni. For those who can scan it from here. Seems like people are tired, they don't want to move. Oh yeah, I see people technology is, people are catching up with technology. But for those who are participating from online, we also have a link that we'll share with you. We are going to share it very soon. And the link will also be available to the rest, for the rest of us to share in our networks. But the action point number 2 is we do have a joint statement, so which is going to cement all the conversations that we've had from morning. As I said, our conversation has been revolving around strengthening regional collaboration, empowering communities, more engagement with youth and other responsible groups, public awareness, and promoting policy dialogues. So we want this conversation to continue from today onwards. But we do have something that will show our commitment as well, which is a joint statement. So we'll have it printed, and I hope we can sign it after after having our lunch, because we are going for a lunch break, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct, Martin? Okay, fine. Thank you so very much. I don't want to take much of your time again. We've been here. We were supposed to end this 1 hour ago, but we thank you for coming. And for us at Jahazi and Ascending Africa, we are just taking this as a starting point, and we hope to have more of these conversations. Karibuni sana.
Thank you very much, Michael. I want to thank all our presenters today, Sebastiano, Dr. Wright, Joshua, Dr. Matthew, Dr. Baraka, Yusufu, Lydia, Edward, Ailas, Teresa, and Leah. Thank you very much, and thanks for the people online who have been sticking with us all the time. I think, as Michael say, please, it's a very short joint statement, as Michael has mentioned earlier, to show our commitment to take forward this conversation, to show our commitment and on understanding on the scale and scope of the IUUF in the region and in Tanzania. So please, before you leave today, it would be really good if we can send the joint statement together. And I think lunch is just just up the stairs where we came in. And then, yes, we thank the people also who have traveled far and wide to come today. So thank you very much, and that's his end. Thank you.